despite the traffic that several of you faced this morning. We want to call this meeting to order. And first, joining us, we have Utah Highway Patrol Trooper Horrocks. Thank you for being here. And I need to make a correction. I have been saying Security Officer Davon Booth for a year and a half, and I want to blame Jim Moss because I swear I heard him say it like that. I actually saw Davin, and I was like, am I saying your name right? And he's like, no. Actually, he was very kind. He was like, it's fine. I was like, how do you say it? How would you say it? He said Davin. So not to beat that to death, but we want to thank Security Officer Davin Booth. And if I ever say your name incorrectly, correct me in the moment, not a year and a half later, please. In case of emergency, use the two west boardroom doors to enter the hallway, then use the north or south doors to exit the building. Let's go ahead and take a roll call, and we'll begin with Member Bogus. Yes, sir. Is here, thank you. Member Bollinger. Here. Is here. Member Booth. Here. Member Brenton. Is here, thank you. Member Davis. Here. Is here. Member Earl. Yes. Is here. Member Green. Yes. Is here. Member Hall. Is here. Member Kelly. Is here. I see him. Okay. Member Carey is here. Member Lear. Not yet. Member Longacre is here. Member Reel. Not yet. And Member Wood is here. I'm here. So we're at 13 currently. We'll keep an eye out for the others. With that, let's go ahead and move into our opening business, our first agenda item. And Member Bogus, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Sorry, we made eye contact and I need somebody. You bet. Okay. Thank you. With that, let's move into our board member message, and we'll hear from Member Brenton.
Well, good morning, and it's almost spring. I just wanted to highlight our America's 250 resolution this morning that we passed unanimously last month. And I'm just excited to send this out to our districts and to school children throughout the state that we are sending a shared message that we love our country, that we appreciate our heritage, and the sacrifices that the founding fathers gave up to write the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. It kind of laid the groundwork for that. And I think there were 56 of them, I believe, that gave up pretty much everything. They pledged their lives, fortunes, sacred honor to give us this declaration, and most of them lost their fortunes and some their lives, their families, their homes. Such great sacrifice went into our country. And so I just want to honor our Declaration of Independence and would just invite anyone who wants to read. I thought we could read aloud our resolution in whole. And so I'll just start with the first paragraph and we can go around if you all want to join. And I know there's only 10 paragraphs, so but thought we would just do that too for our state. So America's 250, Utah, a resolution commemorating America's 250th birthday and her guiding foundational principles. Whereas, celebrating 250 years since America's founding, the Utah State Board of Education acknowledges and remembers the guiding and foundational principles and truths that have established and given birth to America's freedom and success as a nation. Thus, a people cannot remain free without a thorough knowledge of these principles. And
whereas the Declaration of Independence boldly and clearly identified the political philosophy of America when it stated, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that government's sole legitimate purpose is to protect those pre-existing rights. The American system is built upon the idea that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, and
whereas the core political beliefs of the Founding Fathers included ordered liberty, equality, natural rights, including defense of self, community, and nation, freedom of speech and the press, and the free exercise of religion.
Whereas America was founded as a constitutional republic, establishing separation of powers and federalism under a written constitution, thereby avoiding the fatal tendencies of a democracy. And
Whereas the stability of our republic relies upon self-governance, a principle requiring that citizens govern their own conduct according to moral virtue and internal conscience, a moral and religious people being, as the founders noted, the only people capable of sustaining a free nation. And
whereas the stability of our republic relies upon self-governance and a principle requiring that citizens govern their own conduct according to moral virtue and internal conscience, a moral and religious people being, as the founders noted, the only people capable of sustaining a free nation. And
whereas the Founding Fathers recognized historical events and texts such as the Ten Commandments, the Mosaic Law, the New Testament, and the experiences of ancient Hebrews, Greeks, and Romans, the English law, the Magna Carta, the English Bill of Rights, as basis for American law and public policy. And
historical primary sources, including the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, record that religion, morality, and knowledge are necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, and therefore must be encouraged through our schools. And
whereas America's history from the past 250 years has been marked by the prevalence of faith and divine providence, and her history affirms a clear and firm reliance on God and the Bible.
Therefore, be it resolved, public education plays a vital role in preparing students to be informed, responsible, and engaged citizens who are capable of understanding the nation's founding principles and history, respecting rights of conscience, and participating thoughtfully in civic responsibilities.
Be it further resolved that this Utah State Board of Education reaffirms its commitment to the principles upheld in the Declaration of Independence, and that public education strengthens understanding of America's constitutional heritage and prepares students to sustain the principles of liberty, equality before the law, and self-government for the next 250 years.
And we adopted this on the 5th of February, 2026. So thank you to all of you for your work on this and adopting it. And I just want to turn the time to Rod Hall to open us with prayer this morning.
Father, it's a blessing to be able to gather together like this, and we are so thankful for the privilege to be able to live in this great nation, God, this great state. Lord, I'm reminded this morning that it's because you shed your grace on us, God, because you put your hand on us that we are where we are today as a nation, and we don't want to ever forget that, Lord. This morning, I pray that you would help us all to realize Romans 13 says the powers that be are ordained of God. Lord, those that are of us that are here this morning that have the privilege to be able to hold this office, it's because you've allowed it. And Lord, we get an opportunity to be able to do your work this morning, and I pray in Jesus' name that you would do that work through us. God, I thank you for this board, each and every member, and I'm just think about the fact that we are here for such a time as this, Lord. It's a beautiful time. It's a great time. It's a difficult time, but it's our time. And I thank you for the privilege to be able to serve you in this capacity. And God, as we enter into this meeting this morning, we know that we need your wisdom. We know that we need your direction, God. We know that we need your hand. And so we pray that you would put it upon us. I want to thank you for our staff, Lord, all the hard work this past legislative session and all the work to come. We just pray that you would guide it and direct it, Lord. And may we serve you and live for you, Lord, and love you for your glory and honor. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Member Brinton. Before we move to our next agenda item, I've got a light from Member Kelly.
well, I just wanted to clarify that I read that twice for effect, but I also wanted to give more members to have the opportunity to read. So just, sorry for that mistake.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to agenda item 1.3, employee recognition.
Yes. Karen Johnson, come on up. Yay, there she is. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize Karen. She is someone that, you know, those people that are just the glue that holds together a section of a part of something you're part of. Well, that's Karen. She consistently goes above and beyond her role. She makes sure that the details are taken care of. She makes sure all those newsletters get out across teaching and learning, which there are a number of them. She makes sure that the new hires are onboarded and just hit the ground running. She covers all those bases, but really, truly, what sets her apart is her heart and her spirit and her kindness, and it shows up in every interaction. You don't have to be around Karen very long to just feel that joy, her attention to detail, her just those little extra things that make that just make things run smoothly. We just love Karen. She works in teaching and learning for those that aren't familiar with the agency or how it's split up. And we're just so grateful for what Karen does for us here. She's one of our longtime employees. So thank you very much, Karen. And she, of course, gets a very now coveted parking spot and some other goodies and the infamous water bottle. And she gets to have her picture plastered everywhere, which is so delightful. But thank you, Karen, for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to item 1.4. This is our education highlight. Kelsey? Are we doing artwork? Well, I've got that as 1.5, but we can, whatever, yeah. If you're ready, let's do, are you ready? Let's do the highlight then, and then we'll come back to the artwork.
Thank you, Chair. Kelsey Sprout James, Board Communications Coordinator. I am very excited because in my role, unlike some specialists in this agency that get to go into schools and do visits with different student groups or organizations and stuff, I am most of the time either in my office here or in my office at home. I am very geographically confined, if you will, in my job. But a couple weeks ago, I got to go down to the Mount America Expo Center and just take in the event that is known as She Tech, which it's the first time I had been to that event, and my goodness, did these girls just take over the expo center in the best way possible. And there was so much going on. There was a robot dog walking around, there was a full-size dinosaur, there was a lot of things happening. So I just thought it would be such a great thing to highlight. And I know there's been a lot of attention to both CTE and STEM and all that good stuff, both by our board and the legislature. So I wanted to highlight some of the things that we're already doing in the partnerships that we have, both in the nonprofit and with people in the industry. So if I could invite Christina Yamada, who's one of our CTE folks here at USBE, I will let her kind of give an overview of USBE's involvement. And if you just hit the one that looks like a person, yep.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Christina Yamada, and I serve as a CTE Education Specialist over Digital Technologies and Digital Media here at the USBE. As you know, CTE brings together workforce and education very well. Well, today I'm excited to introduce Sydney Tetro and Kristen Wright from the Women's Tech Council. They are the incredible team behind SheTech, a highly successful event that introduces over 3,500 students to STEM careers, pathways, and real-world opportunities together with workforce each year. SheTech is truly unique. It is the only event that I know of that brings together hundreds of nonprofit, public, and industry partners around one shared goal: creating a meaningful, workforce-ready, positive STEM experience for every single student. Their work is making a real impact on how students see themselves in technology and innovation, and we are grateful for their leadership and partnership. I'm excited to turn the time over for a little bit to Sydney and Kristen. Please.
Thank you, and it's great to be here today and just have a moment to share a program that we've been working on together for more than a decade as an organization. As a little bit of context, the Women's Tech Council is an organization that was created I won't even say how long, but almost 17 years ago. And I'm one of the founders of the organization, and we created it as people who work in tech and industry every day. And so we've built this nonprofit while we've been building our careers, which gives us a really unique perspective into what's necessary for workforce and industry. And the thing that I would highlight is the place that we have built our reputation and become really great at is identifying what are opportunities and gaps in the ecosystem that if we spend our collective resources from industry, make a difference. And so we think very specifically about where do we see those. And so our programs go from high school to the boardroom, and at every stage of those. And so what makes this program, I think, particularly interesting is that it is a pure integration between industry. It was always anchored in being industry-led and economic development. And so how do we end up helping students with skills that we need in industry and also creating access and opportunity for all of those students inside of what that looks like? You can go to the next one also. Actually, just go to the next slide too. I'm gonna let this video play while I give you a little bit of a highlight about how we developed the program and where it's anchored. We created this program through a talent workforce initiative, and I'm gonna let this video play just so you can see the breadth of what happened at SheTech Explorer Day. SheTech is an annual school program driven by industry. We started in September and we end it with internships in June. And there's an entire stack of things that integrate students with industry at every month and every stage. We have 120 students on our student leadership board. They represent 2 students from majority of high schools in the state of Utah. This program touches every county in the state, and every student has access to be able to come. In addition to that, those student board members, they activate in the local schools. That's the most awesome thing. They get leadership opportunities. They get an opportunity. We actually make the posters based on them. So the posters that go into school are representing our students. And then we have a massive internship program, an internship program that we created that's also tied to industry. In this particular day that you're seeing on the screen, we had over 3,500 girls register this year, just under 3,500 girls attend, and 1,000 industry partners show up that day to work with the students. That's what makes the program unique, is that they get industry practical application in an environment where they get to see things they've never experienced before, find people who transform their lives and their careers, and then create an opportunity that they never saw themselves in, which in turn is driving them into STEM programs in college. The program's been running long enough now that about 400 students that graduate from our universities with STEM degrees now do so because they came to SheTech first. And they had no other opportunity to pathway that in. That is directly tied to about $32 million of economic impact in the state of Utah. And since the program's inception, has about a $250 million economic impact in the state of Utah. So it makes really meaningful outcomes. And we believe, like, look at those pictures of how many girls are there. In that particular setting, every table has an industry mentor, and the girls are and the students are solving a tech challenge. So we present them a problem, and over the course of 30 minutes, or 45 minutes, and Christina actually moderated this year. We present them a challenge. They have to figure out how to ideate, brainstorm, find a solution, pitch, and win prizes, all with a mentor they don't know at a table of students they don't know, and it changes their lives. And then in the summer, they can go into internships. We have a summer exploration internship that has somewhere between 70 and 100 students every summer. We have a TechBuzz media internship where 28 students this year are now writing articles. You can go read all of them on the TechBuzz site. And then we have a Thanksgiving Point internship. Those students can also get credits for those internships, and it's giving them real world exposure into what's happening for the high paying jobs that we need students collectively in. And even as we're transforming in AI, as energy and deep tech and AI are really grounding what happens in this state and driving growth, we need all of these students pathwaying in. And it's been a very successful program. Some of the important stats to note are 87% of those students who show up tells they have no interest in STEM degrees until they come to the program. And when they come to the program and they have these experiences, it changes so dramatically who they believe they can become. And we do a fantastic job in our schools teaching STEM. Like, we teach them how the tools. We have a phenomenal CTE program. The reason we created this is girls and students in 9th through 12th grade, they're focused on career decisions. They're trying to decide where to go next in their life. And they need to see people in applications and jobs that they never thought possible to get to where they're needing to go. And that's what happens. And that's what I love most about it, is we can have 1,000 people who show up in one day and change the lives of our students forever. And that's the effort that we're doing. And it's been such a phenomenal partnership with the CTE group and with the Department of Education, because that's where all the students come from. Parents don't activate their students, the education system does. And by creating a place where industry will show up for them, it's the thing that is most powerful driver to helping us with our state and driving forward. Education is critical. And the one thing I just wanted to end with, I think, Kelsey, if you go to the very last slide, I wanted to highlight for you one of the students who shared her story on stage this year about the transformation for her.
That's why we are so lucky to have an organization like SheTech. SheTech was the first place where I truly felt welcome in STEM. Started with my first Explorer Day 4 years ago, where I got to meet other like-minded girls and discover different career paths. From there, SheTech has provided me with a multitude of opportunities, ranging from 4 Explorer Days to the SheTech Student Board, their summer internship program, and doing a research and evaluation internship with Thanksgiving Point. All of these led me to data analytics. Thanks to SheTech, not only do I feel welcome in STEM, I know where I want to be in STEM. After graduation, I will be attending the University of Utah with a full ride, studying mathematics with an emphasis in statistics. You choose this opportunity to find your community and find where you fit in STEM. Because as women, not only are you welcome, you are needed. Thank you.
I think she said it perfectly, the reason that we do these programs. And she represents literally thousands of students whose lives are changed because industry shows up for them. And I just want to thank you all for that partnership and the opportunity and the work that you're doing to make a difference in the lives of students, and the opportunity to partner to make a difference in the lives of our students, which ultimately makes our state and our nation and our schools and our communities so much stronger, because everyone has access to the things that make a difference. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. I've got light from Member Kelly. We'll begin there.
Sydney knows that I'm going to brag about Pleasant Grove graduating class of 1991 right
Don't make
here.
us that old, Cole.
Sorry about telling the year, but yeah, I graduated with Sydney. Had a chance to go to SheTech last year. Saw the posters come up this year, and I had a conflict, and I was sad that I didn't get to come this year. But really, I would encourage board members to attend. Just a really remarkable event, and just to see, what they're doing. But thanks for what you do, Sydney.
Thank you.
Member Brinton.
This looks amazing. I would love to come. I don't know. Did we get an invite to that or? No,
I don't know how it all transferred down, but you're always invited. So we would love you to come.
Yeah. And who was how did the cute boy get in there to interview the girls? Was he somebody? How did he win that?
Anyone
prize?
can come. We actually had a number of boys who attended also. So anyone can come. And we also have a bunch of male mentors, which I love because all of our successes in partnership.
No, that's amazing. Well, no, he looked like he was interviewing
I know,
girls. in
he,
the
but I
pictures.
think he was an attendee, and
Oh,
the
okay.
videographer just found him.
Gotcha.
Member Lear.
And my question was similar to that. I wondered how many boys attend out of those 3,500.
It's a smaller percentage.
Like 10?
Probably not that many.
I mean, not
I
even
actually
10.
don't know the exact number, but
I'm
it's going to be just.
I'm just curious. It seems like there's a real need for young men to be more engaged in that kind of thing. So, I wondered how it worked with DEI. So, thank you. That's an interesting thought.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, the program's been going for a decade. And in just a couple of interesting stats that might be helpful, specifically in the STEM industry. So I came out of computer science. I did my undergrad in computer science and then my MBA. In my graduating class, I was in a representation group of 3 of the graduating class of computer science. I came out of BYU. And so I have a deep appreciation for the economic drivers that happen in STEM, because all of the data tells us when you have teams of men and women working together, those teams that include women outperform economically those teams of men. In the state of Utah, 23% of our STEM fields have women in them, and 50% of the workforce are women. And the STEM fields tend to pay about 137% of average of salaries. And so when you look at the economics of how do we make a difference in communities, we need all of our people to have access to high-paying jobs with high-paying skills. And in places where any demographic is underrepresented, the opportunities that we have to push those demographics into what matches our current workforce, which is almost 50-50 for men and women, the more that we help anyone in any of those segments achieve that, the better we have opportunities for that influence to be taken. And when I look at an AI-driven economy that is going to completely transform the world over the next, give it even a couple of years, it's already here. We need all of the talent around the table solving the world's biggest problems. And we need representation that matches our population, which is ultimately about 50-50 inside of that. And so I believe this is true in any industry where there's representation imbalance. We need that representation because collectively we solve the best problems and collectively we change the world. And so tech particularly has just a different demographic that it's been built with. And so I think efforts to make sure that we have that representation across our workforce that is driving economic growth is super critical to all of us and to the success of our future.
Member Davis.
I attended She Tech with my daughter, and it was just such a great experience for her at a young age to be able to see all the different industry and all the different options. And I would suggest it to my son also. And I think it's a great experience for any of you that have kids or no kids or students in your areas,
Exactly.
just to share. And I think we actually live in the same neighborhood. I always remember because your name is Cindy and my name is Cindy, and I've seen you at some of these. But I want to give a little shout out too to Christina Yamada. You know, I went to another conference that she went to in digital media. That one had mostly boys at that one. This one has mostly girls, but she is out there working for USBE. She's a great employee here, and she just creates these partnerships with all kinds of organizations and entities that are impacting education, especially in these STEM fields, and makes a big difference for us and our agency and our students. So thanks to all of you.
Yeah, that's a perfect shout out. Christina is a phenomenal partner. And I think the reason that the program works so well is because of our partnership here. And the fact that we have a leader like Christina who's attuned to what workforce needs, what CT is, the critical nature of that in the ecosystem, and driving outcomes that are meaningful.
Member Green.
Yeah, this is like a big STEM kind of night at a local school district, but state level. So that's very impressive. One thing I just wanted to highlight that was said, and it was that parents don't help with deciding it. We do. And I wanted to just discuss, just to touch on that. And I find it appropriate only because I've been in a room filled with board members and legislators as they are trying to figure out behavior problems within the school system and what it's been like to be a parent and have the school system advocate for the whole child, which is a level of parents being led to think that they have no role in the role of raising their children. And so we had a very thoughtful discussion on the fact that parents need to step up, we need to show up, and that parents actually do guide their children. All those beautiful children have parents that work for them, that buy their clothes, that transport them, that have the children are there because they've actually had those conversations with their children. And so I don't want to put parents on the back burner. I don't want that to continue to be a normalized belief system, because parents have never been needed more. So I just wanted to highlight that. And again, but thank you for everything that you're doing.
And that I concur with you. That's a beautiful message and one we should be highly attuned to, which is, thank you for adding that in. Great comments. And you are all invited. Do you have a standing invitation to anything you ever want to come to or participate in, or any thoughts along the way?
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, I'm going to go back to Kelsey.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to again thank Christina and Sydney and Kristen for all of their passion and energy, and both in putting this event on, and of course, and also in sharing it with me and with you all today. I was trying to think of education highlight ideas for this month, and because my usual March one, that program doesn't exist anymore. So I was thinking, I'm a debate and government girly. I end up doing we see a lot of civics and social studies kind of stuff come before the board, and I was like, I need to do some science. So I just went upstairs to CTE, and all of a sudden I've got Carrie Pack and Christina Yamada and another gentleman, I can't remember his name, he's new, telling me about all the stuff CTE is doing and how it's great, and SheTech's happening tomorrow, you should come. So it was a very kind of last minute thing for me, but just going, and teenage girls make me nervous. They can be scary, but to see that large of a group and see them all working together. I was walking around during the STEM challenge and or the tech challenge, and just to see the differences. They were all doing the same thing. They were all working towards the same prompt with the same directions. In some tables, you had the mentor was really leading out, and the girls were like each doing their little assignment. Some, like one of the girls would stand up and kind of take charge, and it was very collaborative. They were all just shouting things out. Some were a lot quiet. Like, there's just a big difference, but they were all working towards the same goal and getting it done. So it was really exciting to see. So thank you so much for coming. Appreciate that.
Thank you. With that, let's move to agenda item 1.5, acknowledgement of student artwork.
Thank you, Chair Hymas and Board. This month is a fun one for me to share and highlight. This is a display that highlights the experience of 13 BTS arts educators that participated in the 2025 Arts Connect International Experience in Samoa, which is funded through the Sorensen Family Endowment at Westminster University. It's fun to put up these pictures and think about it because I was a participant in their 2023 Arts International or Arts Connect International, where we went to Rwanda. And part of this experience is the training and implementation of arts integration with teachers in Samoa, and also working with students on arts integration experiences. And then there's a cultural exchange where they learn about the cultural experiences and the arts learning that happens in Samoa. So the exhibit includes photos from that cultural exchange and also images and student artwork created through BTS Arts classroom implementation inspired by the experience. The purpose of the program is to support BTS Arts educators in deepening their understanding of students' funds of knowledge through authentic cultural experiences. Again, during that exchange, the BTS Arts educators shared arts integration practices with local schools, and then they also had a cultural learning experience. Those teachers then returned to Utah and implemented those learning experiences through arts integration in the classroom. in the performing arts, you'll see some examples of the Samoan Sasa dance, which is really a visual storytelling of those experiences that students had, and they engaged in thinking about their own family traditions and their own family and personal experiences. They also have these pictures that highlight some of the language that Samoa uses through visual representation. And the students then thought about their own family experiences and connected to the home and their family through these pictures. And you can see some of that. And some of them have some descriptions on the back if you want to try and see those student artworks and some of those descriptions. These lessons, they integrated through social studies and English language arts standards through storytelling, cultural analysis, and artistic expression rooted in that Samoan culture. The learning from this international exchange directly impacted 10 local education agencies across Utah, which impacted thousands of students. So enjoy that artwork and that experience.
Thank you. Seeing no additional lights, let's move on to agenda item 2. This is our public comment. Let me just read what the public comment disclaimer here, and then we'll jump in. The public may sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit such material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. With that, we have, I believe in person with us, Cammie Whitchurch. You're going to be up first. Cammie, are you here with us? Perfect.
All right, can you hear me? All right, good morning, Superintendent Hart and Chair Hymas and Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This last week, I was actually in Washington, D.C. for the the National PTA Legislative Convention, and I had the opportunity to attend classes where we talked about issues that are concerning our children at a national level, as well as learning some strategies and things that we could do to address concerns in our own state as well as nationally. And then I also had the opportunity to meet with all of the House and Senate members from Utah. Well, their offices. We didn't actually meet with them, but we had the opportunity, and we were able to talk to them about some of our concerns, such as funding public education and what's going to happen with IDEA funding and Title I funding, as well as encouraging them to get behind legislation that encourages collaboration and parents getting involved in their children's education. And then I came home on Wednesday late and had about a day to recover and was back up at our own legislature on Friday for the closing session. And as I was sitting there reflecting, just about 11 o'clock as we were nearing the end, I was reflecting on some of the legislation and things that have happened, and realizing that sometimes, we have wins and we can celebrate those, and sometimes that legislation we know is not good for our kids. And it brought me back to a comment that was made by one of the presenters at the convention, and she said, we don't give up. We keep showing up at the table. We keep fighting for those kids because they're worth it. And I just want you to know that Utah PTA supports the children of Utah. We are here to advocate for them and to engage and empower families to do the same. So thank you for all that you do, Board.
Thank you. Next, we have Lexi Cunningham.
Good morning, Chair Hymas, Vice Chairs Earl and Bollinger, members of the board, Superintendent Hart, and staff. I just wanted to come and thank you for your advocacy on the behalf of students, teachers, and schools in Utah throughout the legislative session. It was a long 45 days, but every day up at the session, I remember running into one or more of you, and you were up there talking about students, talking about teachers, talking about the work that you do and how you can support the legislators and laws that are passed in making our schools better. Your commitment, your leadership really makes a difference. We're going to agree sometimes, we're going to disagree on others, but I always know that you are up there with the support of the board, doing your very best to make our schools better and make sure that our students have every opportunity possible. So thank you. You didn't really get much of a break and you're back in your meeting today. We appreciate all that you do and always appreciate working with you. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Clough.
Chair Hymas and board members, Superintendent C. Just wanted to express my gratitude to all of you for your support of the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Learning Program. It is such a privilege to work with a board that supports the arts for our young students. This session had many challenges, and I so appreciate your advocacy for the program on behalf of our students. Our teachers and young students, thank you for your support. It's such a wonderful partnership that we have because of this program with the State Board of Education, the legislature, universities, and the Sorensen family. It's unique to Utah, and I really appreciate your support for the program. It means a great deal to me. You each have a small gift in front of you that was made by 4th grade students. It's a ceramic spoon, and it will tell you a little bit about what they learned about. But I hope this will be a reminder to you of the creativity and integration that happens across the state because of the BTS program. So thank you for all you do for Utah students. I appreciate working with you. It's an honor.
Thank you. Next, we have Lizzie Anderson. Is Lizzie with us? Online? Okay. And Brody Muir? Okay. With that, then we will move on. We have one? Brody is online. Brody, if you can hear us, you've got 2 minutes. Please feel free to begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Brody Meyer, and I just want to speak to the experience I've had this year by being able to serve on the Student Advisory Council for the State Board of Education. A couple weeks ago, we had our meeting up here where we discussed our research we found over the past few months regarding school safety attendance and SAS systems, and it was really great to be able to work with our fellow students across the state. That's been one of the most amazing things, is to be able to learn so much from the students from all over the state. Has been the best part about working on this council. I hope our work has been beneficial towards the board and being able to make decisions, and I hope the student voice has helped advise you in a way that's helped me make these decisions with more intent. And I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve on this council over the past few months. It's been a really amazing opportunity to really be able to voice my opinion, along with learn how the education system works in Utah. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Brody. Before you jump off, what area do you represent? Can we ask? We don't typically engage in public comment, but oh, you've been claimed by Member Longacre. Good job, Brody.
Thank you.
That's what. Yeah. Thank you, Brody. With that, I'll call again for Lizzie Anderson. Did she jump on? Okay. Then we will close public comment and move to agenda item 3. This is an audit committee report or an audit committee agenda item. We will turn the time over to Chair Hall, who chairs that committee.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. It's just an audit prioritization request. And so I'll just make the motion that the board prioritize the audits below in the order listed to be added to the end of the current audit plan. And those audits are credit recovery, USBE conferences, memberships and travel, USBE work time, and leave analysis. And they were submitted in this order: credit recovery from Member Bollinger, and then USBE conferences, memberships and travel, and USBE work time and leave analysis from Member Bogus. So if you have any questions about those, everything that was submitted was in backup, so I don't know if you had a chance to read those, but if you had any questions specifically about those, what they entailed, I'm sure that Member Bollinger or Member Bogus would be more than willing to answer those questions.
Thank you, Chair. Let me go ahead and restate the motion here. The motion before the board is that the board prioritize the audits below in the order listed to be added to the end of the current audit plan. Credit recovery, USBE conferences, membership and travel, and then USBE work time and leave analysis. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I read the what was in backup, but could we have someone from audit just give more insight into the USBE conferences, memberships, and travel? What the purpose and intent for that is?
Are we? I've got CAE Davis. I've got Chair. Are you talking in audit staff or audit committee?
Just someone that could answer either one.
Help me direct that, Chair Hall.
It's okay, Chair. Well, I'll turn it over to Member Bogus.
Member Bogus.
She can give us details on that.
Yeah, please.
He's not paying attention. Okay. So a while back, gosh, it has probably been, Deputy Superintendent Jacobson would have to remind me, but it's been many, many months. I submitted a robust data request about some things that didn't reconcile in my brain. And then after reviewing that data, I had consulted with the superintendent and then also with CAE Davis, and we drafted this data request because there's some data points that need to be explained, basically. And the amount of money that we are putting into this, but not just that, the number of days that our staff is absent for these things is also something that I think we need to look into and not draw conclusions without the appropriate analysis, if you will. And I hope that answers your question. That data request I have forwarded to the superintendent. I don't know if she's looked at it, but I know that she has it. And I believe that data then will also be used to help inform this data request.
Chair, if I may follow up. Yeah, and this is for anyone, including Member Bogus. Is there any language that would prohibit, restrict, or prevent staff from attending conferences, memberships, or travel during the pendency of this audit?
Not to my knowledge.
Member Bogus.
I do believe that is 100% truthful, but I would actually defer that to CAE Davis. I've read this a number of times, and I don't believe there's any language that would do that.
Debbie, thank you for joining us. Do you need the question repeated, or are you good?
You're good. So Debbie Davis, the Chief Audit Executive for the board. There is nothing in the prioritization request that would restrict any memberships, conferences, or travel. That would be at the discretion of the superintendent if we wanted to go that direction, but there's nothing in the audit request.
Okay. So with that, let me restate the motion here. The motion is that the board prioritize the audits below in the order listed to be added to the end of the current audit plan. Credit recovery, USBE conferences, memberships, and travel, USBE work time and leave analysis. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 14 in favor, 1 in opposition, that coming from Member Davis. Chair Hall?
I think that's all we have, Chair.
Thank you. Let's move to agenda item 4. This is our Finance Committee report. Chair Davis, are you ready?
I am.
Okay, to you then.
Okay. We had a very light, report this time. This first one is a motion that the board approve charter school revolving loans in the amounts of $200,000 for Azure Fields and $100,000 for Virtual Horizons. And just by note, these are the same recommendations that the state charter school board has made based on all of those applications.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve charter school revolving loans in the amounts of $200,000 for Azure Fields and $100,000 for Virtual Horizons. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote.
I didn't. Oh, oops. My thing is haunted. It keeps.
That passes 12 in favor, 3 opposed. Those opposed coming from Member Brinton, Member Bogus, and Member Bollinger. Vice Chair Bollinger. Back to you, Chair Davis.
So weird. I keep hitting that and it keeps switching to no. This next one is, let's see, we'll get the motion up here. So I can read it off of this. I'll pull it up. This next one is that the board approve R277-484 Data Standards Draft 1 on second and final reading. And just briefly, this one line change, it's in line 216, and what it does is, in the past, it kind of forced our superintendent to require a parallel data system, and this for 90 days, and this one just allows our superintendent to require it if it's necessary for a parallel data system for 90 days. And that's it for finance.
My apologies. Did you put a motion on the floor for this one?
Yes.
Will you just restate? I didn't hear a motion.
The board approve R277-484 Data Standards Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. I don't know why I didn't hear that, and I'm just making sure that we have it. So thank you, Chair Davis. So the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-484 Data Standards Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Davis.
That's it for finance. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, we will go to Standards and Assessment Committee report. Chair Earl. She's coming. Okay.
Will you just check? Sorry, I turned it on and then off again. All right, we have 2 items before us. The first one is Which, just a reminder that the AI provisions in our framework comes before the Standards and Assess Committee about every 3 months. So I know there's a lot of movement in this area from the legislative session, and if we need to update these again, those will be coming before us again. Does that make sense? We felt like this wasn't something we do every 5 years, a continuation. It needs something we have eyes on consistently. So we have a number of recommendations that we're bringing here, several actual amendments that we made, a handful of amendments, and hopefully you were able to watch that. So the motion before the board is that the board approve the updated changes to the AI framework draft 4.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approve the updated changes to the AI framework draft 4. Member Carey?
Yeah, I just have a question regarding the language on page 11 under the heading of unequal access. And I'll state the question and then maybe staff could decide who's in the best position to answer that. But it says that if an assignment permits the use of AI tools, the tools will be made available to all students. That part I understand, but then it goes on to say, considering that some may already have access to such resources outside of school. So I have 2 questions, which is if someone could offer clarity on what does that mean, considering that some may already have access, and then the second part, resources outside of school. So I'm just trying to better understand, are we saying everyone gets this, everyone will get it at home? And or are we going to deny certain software to students and parents who may already have this available to them?
Chair Earl, do you want to answer that? We have Matt Winters in the
I guess
audience.
I viewed it a little different, but if we needed to clarify the wording, we could. And then also if Matt Winters wants to speak to it, to me it says that we're helping, if there's a requirement that we should make sure that there's access, and that there are students that probably have access, whether or not we made sure they had access from the school or not for an assignment that's with AI. So I looked at it that way, but I mean, we could get, I don't know if you want additional clarification on that, or if you wanted something more, Board Member Carey. I don't know if Matt wants to add anything to that.
Member Carey, would you like us to invite Matt to the table?
I think what Board Member Earl said is sufficient. I guess my question is, does that, considering that somebody already have access to such resources outside of school, you're saying that language isn't designed to limit the school and who gets the software? And if that's not the intent, why do we need it at all, considering the first half of that sentence says, if an assignment permits the use of AI tools, the tools will be made available to all students?
I think it's a fair argument. We could strike that, the end of that line. I think it's just to say, hey, if you're going to ask something of students, you better make sure they all have access. And I think that's what your intent
Yes.
is. We could strike the end of that if you would like to make that amendment.
Yeah, I'd make that motion.
Yeah, let's make sure we're looking. Oh, let's make sure you get the motion correct on the screen, Member Carey.
That the words, considering that some may already have access to such resources out of school.
And I'm looking, just for clarity, I'm looking at the red V4. What are you looking at? What version?
Oh, I'm looking at 4.
Just the
version
AI
4
framework version 4. Okay.
Yep.
And page 11, you said?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask that Matt Winters just come and share just a little bit of information, just so that we're, I just want to.
Yeah, I do have Vice Chair Wood, who also wants to add to this. I want to make sure that we have, before we move on in the direction of a motion, I want to make sure the motion is correct, and then we can beat the tar out of it, whatever, out of the motion, not the maker. So,
Thank
okay.
you for that clarification.
Yeah. Member Carey, will you keep an eye on that? Let me know when it's ready.
Yeah, it reflects my motion. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion before us then is that the board strike the words, considering that some may already have access to such resources outside of school, from the unequal access section on page 11. So I'm going to go back to the maker of the motion to speak to this motion. I'm going to invite Matt Winters to the table, and then I've got Vice Chair Wood and Member Bogus on deck.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the purpose of this is I absolutely believe if there's an assignment, the school needs to provide those tools to the students so they can effectuate it. What I don't want to see is the school in a position of rummaging around a family's lifestyle or parents. How much money do you make? What software do you have? Right? And that's why that secondary part of that clause concerns me, because it could be interpreted as, well, if they already have it, we don't need to provide it. And I get the wisdom of that, but I am also concerned about, the execution and getting into these homes and saying, well, what software do you use? What software do you have? And can you afford this so the school doesn't have to provide it? I think that's what I'm trying to avoid. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood.
Well, I would probably speak against this or reword it differently, just because this is under prohibited use of AI tools. And so the unequal access is a prohibited use. And so it's saying that it's prohibited to give unequal access. You can't allow permission knowing that some have it and some don't. You have to make sure that if you're going to allow it, everyone has to have access to it. So just to acknowledgement of where it is in the framework, it's the prohibited uses. So
Response, Member Carey. Let me get you on. There you go.
And I did see that, Vice Chair Wood, but I think the first sentence addresses that, which says, if an assignment permits the use of AI tools, the tools will be made available to all students. And I just think that the second part of that sentence is immaterial. If that first clause wasn't there, I would support your interpretation, but I think it makes clear that if an assignment permits the use of AI tools, those tools must be made available to all students. Thank you.
Member Bogus.
I'd like to amend the motion. I would move that we strike the word unequal from the thing, and with a second, I would speak to as to why.
Do we have a second? And I'm gonna go back and apologize. I don't think Board Member Carey got a second. Do we? Okay, good. Let's put that back in order, then unspeak to everything, and yeah.
We'll just erase the last 7 minutes.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you. Do we have a second to remove the word? Well, I think this is different because you're not amending the motion.
No, I'm adding to strike the word unequal along with
Well, I think
all of the other stricken language.
From this section.
Yes.
Because what I'm understanding is Member Carey is making a motion within this section.
Mhm.
You're wanting to strike unequal
As
from
well.
the section header. So if it's all in the same area, we'll move forward with that. That's fine. So the motion to amend the amendment is to additionally strike unequal from the section heading. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do we have a second? There's a second from Member Green. Speak to that, Member Bogus.
I think the concern should just be access, period. Oftentimes we find ourselves in a place where students have access. They just don't have access to the right tool. And they are prohibited from using the tool they have access to. And so I think if we just change this to access or student access, we are in a better place where if you are going to assign a tool, you will provide access for every student, if that makes sense to the body. And I'm happy to clarify more if there are questions. But I think that when we're in this space, we are often in a place where students could do it if they had a phone and they want to use their phone. And then somebody says, well, all these other students don't have a phone. As long as they have a computer, it doesn't matter. They could do it wherever they want to, as long as the tool is provided.
Member or Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate Board Member Baucus's explanation of that and the focus on the positive of making sure students have access. But I would speak against this motion because as I read this, especially if I'm quickly reading it, it says prohibited uses of AI tools, bullying, harassment, over-reliance, plagiarism, and cheating, unequal access. So those are the prohibited pieces. If we take out the word unequal, then it reads prohibited use of AI tools, bullying, harassment, over-reliance, plagiarism, and cheating, access. So in context, I think it can be really confusing to someone, especially if they're summarizing. So I appreciate the motion, but I would have to vote against this. Thank you.
Member Kelly.
Yeah, I would move to amend the amendment and add the word student so that it reads student access.
We are out of amendments at this time.
Okay.
I know.
All right.
So, Member
Actually, I don't believe we
Earl.
Yes, we are, because we have the underlying motion, Member Carey's amendment, your amendment, minus the amendment to the
I think I would make the same comments as Board Member Bollinger, that we're creating, that's the positive element, but we're saying these are the prohibitions, so the unequal does need to stay there, I think, because of the way it's worded. So, and the framework that it falls within. But, oh, well, when we get back to the original one, I did want to see if Matt could share some thoughts.
Member Bogus.
Sorry, yeah, so I would disagree wholeheartedly, because we are prohibiting assigning a tool without providing access. That's our prohibition, right? And that doesn't mean that unequal access exists. It means that if we're going to make an assignment with a tool, it needs to be provided. It doesn't necessarily mean that there is unequal access to AI tools. And so I would argue against that. I don't think it's an accurate representation of what is happening in the document.
Okay. So the motion to amend the amendment is that the board also strike the word unequal from page 11. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. That motion fails. 12 opposed, 1 abstention from Member Carey, 2 yes votes, 1 from Member Kelly, and the other from Member Bogus. So with that, we go back to the amendment. Let me restate it. I see you, Member Kelly, but let me restate the motion here. And that is, the motion to amend is that the board strike the words "considering that some may already have access to such resources outside of school" from the unequal access section on page 11. Member Kelly.
Yeah, I would like to make the motion that we strike the word unequal and add instead of replace with student access. So strike the word unequal, add the word student so that it is student access rather than unequal access. And I can speak to that if I get a second.
I would second that.
So because we're replacing, right? We're not just, so we're replacing unequal with student, essentially is the motion. It's been put before us. It's been seconded. Member Kelly.
No, I hear what Member Bogus is saying, and I find it to be appropriate that unequal access kind of assumes that that it's unequal as is, and I think what we're trying to say in this statement is that if we're going to provide an assignment, that it's our responsibility to make sure that all students have access to the proper equipment to complete an assignment.
I've got Vice Chair Bollinger and then Member Brenton.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the intent here. Again, for me, as I'm reading it, it would, when we say prohibited use of AI tools, then it would say prohibited use, student access. If it was something like lack of access, then it would fit. But I can't make any more amendments. So in the context, I would have to speak against this.
Member Brenton.
Thank you, Chair. I would just echo what Member Bollinger said. It seems confusing to me when it's the prohibited use of tools, because if you have student access, then it feels like we're saying student access is prohibited. And I just wonder what Matt Winters, if we could let him speak as to why the wording was chosen, if he has input on this.
We brought him to the table to look good, and he is fulfilling his role. So, Matt, you're welcome to share your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Matt Winters, Utah State Board of Education AI Education Specialist. Couple things about this particular wording. This is wording that is a holdover from the last time this was revised, which was April of 2024. So that is pre-existing to any Utah Education Network work around consortium pricing, as well as many adoption programs that we've had in the state of Utah. So there is, I think, some room to amend the language in that case because there has been shifts. However, I think where we're still seeing some interesting conversation goes to one of the big changes on page 8, which is around, that was redlined from the committee, which is around the discussion of student access outside of page 7, I apologize, I thought it was page 8, where students do have access to these tools outside of the classroom and what that means in terms of consumer versus student. And then also that they may have a differentiation of using tools versus in their school environment that may be equal, but then some students may have access to additional tools on personal devices at home. So I think I just wanted to give that additional context. There are entities here in the state that are working on the consumer rights portion of this, and that's largely what page 7 was trying to address as well.
Thank you. We have a question. I'm just going to say, board members, I don't think that anybody is going to be confused by this. We are spending some time on this that probably doesn't need to have a whole lot of time spent on a section heading of a multi-page document. But we do have additional questions. I've got Vice Chair Wood.
So this is for Matt, if you wouldn't mind. Would it be appropriate to put access under student learning if we're looking at striking the words, considering that some may make it a positive that access under student learning, where if we're going to that was the other thought. So make it a positive and just the short line without the considering language that Member Carey wants to get rid of, putting it in that if you're going to assign something, everyone gets access. Would that be an appropriate change in your mind as to the flow of the document?
Matt, I think that's directed at you.
I believe that would be a positive change, and it would be an easy change to make where we can move this from a negative prohibited use to a positive, we want to provide student access, and any tool that is being given on an assignment should have data privacy and security and LEA approval around it.
Yeah, we are in the middle of an amendment to an amendment, so we need to get through the amendments and then we can discuss that other move if necessary. So the motion before us, if we can get that back on the screen, I believe it's to replace, there we go, is to strike the word unequal and replace it with the word student on page 11. Member Kelly.
And what Vice Chair Wood is saying, I agree with completely. I think that's actually the appropriate thing to do. But I'm curious to hear from Vice Chair Wood if you think student access rather than unequal access should be what we move. Because if we're saying it's prohibited, right? And I understand what Board Member Bollinger is saying is that student access, and then we say prohibited is student access that doesn't quite fit. We're looking at unequal, but if we move this, I think student access is more appropriate. And so, yeah. Yeah, if you don't mind.
Vice Chair Wood.
Yeah, I think that change would be beneficial. I'll probably vote against this here, so this fails, and then make a substitute motion after that adds that language in there.
Member Earl.
Okay. Just two thoughts I have, and maybe you can tell me, Chair Hymas, you can say you're not speaking to it. I still think the prohibited area should have something about you shouldn't ask a student to do something that they can't do. I don't disagree with putting, I think putting something under the positive area is fine, right? If we wanted to move that there, but there seems to be, we're leaving a hole here a little bit. And maybe it's not, maybe once again, this is a multi-page document. People are going to read it and we'd rather see it from a positive area. I just think it's something the board needs to just consider. Do we want to make a statement here or not? And I guess that's where we're kind of getting hung up on it. So.
Thank you. The motion before us then is that we strike the word unequal and replace it with the word student on page 11. Seeing no additional lights, let's vote for this amendment to amend. That motion fails. 11 against, 3 in favor, those 3 being Member Carey, Member Kelly, and Member Bogus, and 1 abstention from Member Earl. We are back with the amendment, and that is that the board strike the words considering that some may already have access to such resources outside of school from the unequal access section on page 11. So, I don't have any lights. Oh, are you waiting? Okay, yeah, there it is. Member or Vice Chair Wood.
I have a substitute motion. I'd like to, I think I like the community. So sorry, going back to the page. So I would put on, okay, Member Bogus, tell me where that language is. Thank you. Okay, thank you. On page 10, I would like to put student access and then put in the language, if an assignment permits the use of AI tools, comma, the tools will be made available to all students. And I think, if I can get a second, I'll speak to it.
We've got a motion before us. We've got a second. Go ahead, Vice Chair Wood.
I think this also helps with Member Earl's concern. It is an if in there. So this is under positive uses. If an assignment permits the use, then the tools will be made available. So I think it also gives that concern. You can't do it if you don't, but it's in a positive section. It eliminates the words, adds the student, and eliminates the words that Vice Carey, or that Member Carey did not want.
So the motion, the substitute motion is that the board move, well, yes, let's make sure we get the motion on there. And I don't know if you did you, well, let's,
So it would be reworded.
you get your light on and you give Jennifer what she needs to get on the screen.
I apologize. Going back and forth between pages threw me off. I move that on page 10, we add the words student access, colon, if an assignment permits the use of AI tools, comma, the tools will be made available to all students, period. And to strike all of the language under unequal access on page 11. Okay, let's add student access as opposed to move, because student access doesn't exist. So add student access to page 10 with the words. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the motion before the board, this is a substitute motion, and it is that the board adds student access to page 10 with the words, if an assignment permits the use of AI tools, the tools will be made available to all students, and that the content under unequal access on page 11 be stricken along with the subheading. We have a second. Who seconded that? I don't know who it is, but we do have a second. Back to you, Vice Chair Wood. She's good, and I don't see any additional lights. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We're going to go back now to the overall overarching motion here, and that is that the board approve the updated changes to the AI framework, draft 4 as amended. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 13 in favor, 1 absent, and 1 no vote. The no vote coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Yes, we have one more action item coming from our committee. I just want to give just a little background so people are maybe aware. We, I guess about 5 or 6 years ago, approved a set of supplemental standards, and those were through a variety of areas. They were through science, they were through health education, English, and those just set up some basic criteria for an educator if they wanted to use that particular course. And I'll just, some examples in health education were, oh, I don't have my thing up. Just so you know, there was a dance class that was a supplemental standard that we had approved. Oh, I don't have it up in front of me, sorry. And there were two, I'll find it in a minute. But I'm just to let you know, we already have several classes underneath there for a supplemental. And if you wanted to look at those courses, you could go into our health standards, and they're at the bottom of those, or our physical fitness standards, and those are at the bottom of those standards, just so you're aware of that. At the high school level, you have to have 1.5 credits, participation skills and techniques, individual lifetime activities, and fitness for life. This particular course that we're making a recommendation on could be supplemented for the individual lifetime activities. In place of taking that course, they could take a course, and there's 4 of them currently listed. This would be another one. So the motion before, I just wanted to get some framework out there so people understood where that was coming from. Oh, and let me just add one more thing. We do have a method for doing our supplemental courses, but where we're already doing our physical education courses, we just ask that this be incorporated in with the work they're already doing with the committees we already have. So just kind of making the body aware of that. So the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to develop supplemental aquatic standards.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to develop supplemental aquatics standards. I do have a question from Vice Chair Bollinger, but I have to ask, you said supplemental dance and then we're supplemental aquatics, and my mind went to synchronized swimming. Is that?
Well, we don't have that one yet, but if you wanted to bring that next month, we could do that.
Okay.
So
Vice Chair Bollinger.
I was trying to remember the other 3, and I didn't write offhand, but I can look those up still.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a few questions, and maybe we can direct this to staff as far as, I know that one of our goals as a board is to simplify our standards, and so adding additional supplemental standards raises some caution for me. So just a couple of questions to staff. Can an LEA already create an additional class such as aquatics that matches with individual lifetime activity standards and have that be a course qualified for the same credit? Such as like a basketball class or something that meets the individual lifetime activity standards.
I'll let them answer too, but a course that we don't have, an LEA for an elective could supplement something in. Like they can, if it's an elective course, if we don't have standards for it, yes, they
Okay.
could write something in.
So that's my question is, why do we need these standards if it's already possible for an LEA to teach this class?
I can
Okay.
share a little bit. I do
Perfect.
think the last 2 years we've had legislators have intended to run bills requiring this course. We can do it if we want. If this body chooses not to, we'll probably have another bill next year that would require us to do that. There is time now if people have something they would like to contribute to this course. If we move it forward, that could be recommended. So, and I was just going to hit the other 3 courses are recreation, strength, conditioning, and yoga. So we have a variety of those So anyways, I don't know if that
Okay,
answered.
can I have a follow up, please? Actually, two follow ups. And I don't know who the right staff member to ask is. So I just want to clarify because I've seen LEAs where they'll create a class called basketball or something like that that does meet the requirements of individual lifetime standards, and they can get individual lifetime activity credit. Or pickleball. I mean, I've seen all sorts of classes. So I'm just curious to know if it is already possible for an LEA to create a class that is for ILA credit.
Dr. Voorhees.
Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent. So yes, correct. So in order for the course to have credit to meet this specific requirement, the course has to meet the standards. And that was the question you were asking, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then my second question is because I did hear when I heard the committee talking about whether or not to add these into the current standards being updated, there was some discussions about bringing some experts in that had more of an understanding. So my concern too with aquatic standards is, would that create an additional endorsement required to teach this class? Or could anybody with a PE endorsement teach aquatics even if they had no idea about aquatics?
My light's red, so I'm assuming I can speak. Deputy Superintendent Leah Voorhees again. So our current, the current work we are doing to review and reduce the number of endorsements that we have per the direction of the board and according to your strategic plan, the response would be no. The LEA would be responsible to ensure that whoever was assigned to teach the class was properly licensed and that they had, if there was an endorsement for this category, that they met the requirements and that they knew the safety issues, they knew the pedagogy, they knew the content well enough. That would then be the LEA's responsibility in our current structure to review and reduce endorsements.
Just one more problem. I appreciate the answers and the standards, and I understand that there is some legislators that have wanted this to count, but my concern is that we're creating and spending money and time on things that's already possible. And when we're talking about trying to save money and streamlining processes and simplify our standards, I just think this adds complication where it's not needed to allow a district to already provide this opportunity for students. So I'm going to be voting against the underlying motion. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got a list of lights here. I'm going to lay them out here for us so you know when your turn is coming. I've got Member Booth, Vice Chair Wood, Member Carey, Member Bogus, and Member Earl. So, Member Booth.
I just have a quick question. I think most of the board received the email about marching band and the request that it become one of these life skill PE that it count for credit that's required for graduation. Is this something that marching band would have to have develop supplemental standards in order to fit within this category? Or I'm just interested to know how that particular request.
Chair Earl.
Yeah, so if you go under Rule R277700, and underneath there it talks about section 15. It says physical education 1.5 credits, and then if you go under B, that's A, and it tells you the 3 courses. If you go under B, it says notwithstanding subsection 15A, a student may earn 0.5 units of credit per sport or team sport or athletic participation up to a maximum of 1 credit. And that would replace the participation skills and the individualized lifetime skills. So I guess the school itself would decide if it fit that category, if it qualified for that. And then the school could make that decision where, it says team sport. I don't know if that's a sport, but it, depending on if it's just time or whatever, as long as it met the qualifications of those courses. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood.
understand where Vice Chair Bollinger is coming from. However, when we see something in legislation over and over again, I would rather that we own it because we have a process. We get input, we get public input, we get people looking at it. When we have our standards built through legislation, there's very little input. I mean, we do have a committee meeting, but we have 90 days of public input. We have all this time for people who actually do the job, and they're generally working during committee meetings of the legislature. So I would just support this because let's own what our job is. Our role as the board is to create standards. And if we do it, then the legislature may not.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to Vice Chair Bollinger had said something, and Dr. Voorhees responded along the lines of our current review, an emphasis to reduce endorsements. And that's my language, but I believe captured what Dr. Voorhees was saying. But the questions that Vice Chair Bollinger was asking dealt in particular with the aquatic, but that would apply to the yoga and the horseback riding, whatever. It was dance, I think, right? But it would apply to all of those. Is that correct? And I think Vice Chair Bollinger was asking, would it require a new specific endorsement? And your response was along the lines of, well, under our current review, it wouldn't. But let's set our current review aside based on our rules and the laws they stand today. Would a separate endorsement be needed in yoga, aquatics, and right, whatever it is? Chair.
Leah, please.
Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent, and the answer is no. A PE, a teacher who is properly licensed, endorsed in PE, can teach any of those ILA courses. So the answer is no.
Okay, well, thank you for that. That makes the decision a little bit more difficult for me because I agree with Vice Chair Wood and I agree with Vice Chair Bollinger on this, but yeah, I'm looking forward to learning more. Thank you.
Well, you've got one more person in line to come up with a solution. So, yeah, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I think I know the answer to my own question, but the conversation brought it up repeatedly. Are we going to be in a place where we're requiring schools without swimming pools to now add swimming pools to their facilities? Because the conversation is leading me to believe that that could very well be a possibility.
Short answer, no. I don't know if you want a longer answer, if that'd make you feel better.
No, a short answer is good, because I just want to make certain that we're on the up and up there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe, did you figure it out? Okay, let's move to a vote then. We've got a motion before the board is that the board directs staff to develop supplemental aquatics standards. So seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes. That motion passes. 9 in favor, 1 abstention, 5 no votes. The abstention from Member Green, the no votes from Member Lear, Member Booth, Member Hymas, Member Bogus, and Member Bollinger. Back to you, Chair Earl.
We're done. So thank you. Yep.
Thank you. With that, we will move to agenda item 6. This is Law and Licensing Committee report, and we'll turn the time over to Chair Carey.
No. Point of order, Chair, can we take a break? Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Matt.
Yeah. I hear you. I
Oh,
already
you were
turned it
just
over to Chair
ignoring
Carey.
me.
No,
I've honed those skills.
I've got too many things in front of me. I already turned time over to Chair Carey.
Oh.
He gave me the go-ahead, gave us the go-ahead. We're going to take a 7-minute break. Is that,
That'd be great.
Member Lear, is that okay? Okay, thank you. Board members, I hear Member Lear's alarm going off. I don't see Member Lear though. I do want to, let's hit that, and then let's go ahead and start gathering. I do want to let you know that there are a bunch of some treats in the back. So if you need a sugar rush or a zero sugar rush, then you have options. So please go get. I don't know there's a Chobani yogurt says zero sugar. Yeah, so let's gather here. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 in the room. We'll take it. So as a reminder, we are on agenda item 6. This is the Law and Licensing Committee report. And we are going to turn the time back over to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The item 6.2, Educator Licensing and Preparation Annual Report 2025. I know that the board members, they watch the video or listen to the audio of the other committees, but I would urge you, if you haven't had the opportunity to do that yet, to please focus in on Dr. Height's comments on educator licensing and the annual report. A tremendous amount of great information and data was shared by Dr. Height during that report. And I think it took the bulk of our committee meeting. She really had a lot of detail, a good question and answer. So again, I would just urge everyone, if you haven't had that opportunity, to please. Our meeting was on, yes. So again, well worth it, and a great slide presentation as well. So please check your backup for that. Thank you, Chair. The next item, 6.3, that is R277322, Local Education Agency Code of Conduct. The committee voted unanimously to postpone consideration of that until our April meeting. And Deputy Superintendent Newey just sent me the draft 4 of that, which will be released to the board for your review and consideration. There is no motion for the board on that item.
Can I seek clarity? Is that coming to the board or to the committee?
It'll come to the committee first,
Okay.
but just because the weight of it, I want to give the board, everyone, the opportunity to really dig into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6.4, R277-750, Education Programs for Students with Disabilities. This came before the board on its 5-year review continuation. And the motion for the board is that the board continue R277-750, Education Programs for Students with Disabilities, and chair that motion passed unanimously out of law and licensing. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion before the board, again, this is agenda item 6.4. The motion before the board is that the board approve the integrated mathematics research proposal into the final UDRC annual research agenda request.
No. Nice try, but you're
I
not
know.
going to get that by us today.
Will you? Yeah, because I foolishly went to okay. So the motion before the board, I got to slip in motions when I can.
At least it was non-controversial, the Common Core math. That was a nice try. That was.
Yeah, I'm not giving the money back. That's not going to sit well. Okay. The motion before the board is that the board continue R277-750 education programs for students with disabilities. Is that correct, Chair Carey?
That is.
Okay.
That is.
I've got a light from Member Earl.
Never mind. It was the original motion. I forgot. I didn't take it back off.
Okay. Well, I'm not the only one. Good. Okay. So seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. Item 6.5 on the agenda, R277604, Private School, Homeschool, Scholarship, and Bureau of Indian Education, Student Participation in Public Achievement Tests. This came before the committee on its 5-year review and continuation. And the motion for the board is that the board continue R277-604, private school, homeschool, scholarship, and Bureau of Indian Education, student participation in public school achievement tests. And Chair, this motion passed out of law and licensing unanimously.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board continue R277-604, private school, homeschool, scholarship, and Bureau of Indian Education, student participation in public school achievement tests. Member Earl.
And I would ask that we pass this, but we also, this needs to come back to on licensing, but I don't know if it's April or whenever staff have it ready. There needs to be some modifications based on legislation that was passed this year. So I don't know if, is it appropriate to ask that come back to law and licensing, or will that happen soon enough that I don't need to amend this?
I would, with our processes, and I'm looking at you, Deputy Superintendent Newey, it will come back when it hits. I mean, we've got a list of items that we need to address, and that this will fall naturally into where we, as leadership, assign them, which will most likely be in law and licensing.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is there's no need to ask that this return to law and licensing. It'll, within the next couple months, it will do that. Okay.
We're getting the head nod, yes. Thank you for bringing that up, because I would have the same concern, like, why not just send it back? So thank you. Okay, so restating the motion is that the board continue R277-604, private school, homeschool, scholarship, and Bureau of Indian Education, student participation in public school achievement tests. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 14 in favor, 1 opposed, that coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. This is item 6.6, R277-924, Partnerships for Student Success Program. Came before the board on its 5-year continuation review. And the motion for the board is that the board continue R277-924, Partnerships for Student Success Program. And Chair, just want to report that this motion passed out of law and licensing unanimously.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board continue R277-924, Partnerships for Student Success Program. Member Earl.
It may be a simple question or maybe a request. This Partner for Student Success, are we doing a return on investment with this, so that we know the effectiveness? I'm just saying it's one of those things that may be next year, that if we're finding that it's not actually benefiting and lessening intergenerational poverty, all the things that it suggests it's supposed to do, that we maybe look at where that money could be better spent. I'm just thinking preemptively for next year's legislative session. That I guess I'm just asking that. Is there a way of measuring the success of this?
First off, I just want to build on this, because I appreciate the question. We do not want to be sitting next November or December saying, okay, where's our money going? So I do appreciate the question here. Chair Carey, do you have an answer, or do you want me to go to Dr. Voorhees, Chair?
I just want to address it generally, if I may, because this did come up in law and licensing, and there were several questions about, how do you measure the efficacy of some of these programs, some of which are very small, some of medium size, and how much effort and resource do you put into that measurement? Then you're taking it out of the actual program. But I will say that, and I apologize, I don't remember the staff member who appeared before the committee, but he was very well prepared, did have a lot of data in terms of the good that this program was bringing to pass. But I want Board Member Earl to know, as well as the full board, that this was an area that we did look at it as a committee, and we urged them to try to get additional metrics so you can report back again, having just gone through what the legislature asked us to do. So I just wanted to let you know, generally that was something that we looked on, but Dr. Voorhees may have more specifics. Thank you.
She said she's fine. I will just, this isn't like an official staff request. If we just keep an eye on all of these and do what the legislators asked us to do and what we said we would do, and that is keep an eye on return on investment so that we can report that, or we'll get a new chair. Either one of those. But Go ahead, Superintendent.
That is one of our major goals for the next 365 days. Next 30 days? And the countdown has already started. But that is something that we will do. That actually came up in conversation with the executive appropriations team. And they asked for return on investment information. And it's something that we're working on inside of our agency, making sure that we're outcomes based, making sure that we are building those types of measures into our program implementation plans so that you're not taking those resources away. Developing, when we get a mandate from the legislature, building the program delivery in such a way that those metrics come back to you as a matter of program administration rather than an add-on after the fact is the way to solve for that. And it takes intentional program design. The rub, as we all know, is that funding is always tight, and you don't want to take away from money going towards whatever the project is. And legislators don't carve that money out for us. So it's even more imperative that we build it into the process so that it is as efficient and it doesn't get in the way of the program design. So it's just something we're working on internally. It's something that we have a list of the different programs, and we've asked our staff to start thinking in that direction. And I look forward to shortly being able to share some of that, some of those processes with you and show you how we're doing that. But we're in the beginning stages right now. Really, quite frankly, we're just still all recovering.
Okay, thank you. I want to continue. I want to continue. I have a couple questions and a comment, but I recognize that I have pulled us away from the motion at hand. Can we address this motion and then have this question? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Wood, is this to the motion, or is this kind of
It's to the same.
to the same topic? Yeah, I want to make sure that we're comfortable as a board knowing where we're going and with staff, but let's address this motion quickly. That the board continue R277-924 Partnerships for Student Success Program. I don't see any additional lights on this. Let's go ahead and vote on this, and then we'll pick up the conversation. That passes 13 in favor, 2 opposed, those coming from Member Earl and Member Bogus. Vice Chair Wood and then Deputy Superintendent Newey has a comment as well.
Yeah, I would just ask, as you're evaluating this one, to look at in comparison to SB 165 that passed the Economic Mobility Initiative. That was the partnership with United Way. It passed on the last night of the session without a lot of funding, but it is also about community partnerships and to make sure that we're not duplicating services. As if they're already looking at things and doing things from a private and community-based, we may not have to do it with education funds. So if you'd look at that, please.
Elise.
Thank you. Deputy Superintendent of Policy, Elise Newey. I just wanted to bring your attention specifically to this program. We are actually required to put together an evaluation report annually on this program. They are on our website and we'll send them out to you. We'll send the most recent report out to all of you, but there includes an independent evaluator of the program and its success based upon the metrics that were provided in the original law in which this program was established. So just letting you know.
Thank you. Okay, back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. There are no additional items from law and licensing.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 7, which is lunch. So, board members, what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, we're not going to lunch yet. I'm sorry. Don't. We can't. Yeah. Well, you want an hour and a half lunch? No, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. If it's okay with the board, I would like to jump to agenda item 10, our general consent calendar. And if we can get that ready, then we'll see if we can tackle that before lunch. So I will open it up as we're moving to that to see if there are any items that board members would like to pull. Member Bogus?
Okay, I got to get this all right. So I'd like to pull 10.1.2, 10.3,
Sorry, so you're requesting to pull 10.1.2 and 10.3. Any additional items from consent? Okay. So we have remaining 10.1.1 and 10.2, and then 10.4 and 10.5, I believe are, or 10. Well, there's two 10.4s, but 10.4 and 10.4, both of them, are information items. Are there any motions that are to be made? Member Bogus?
I would move that we approve the remainder of the consent calendar, and I have a question.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar, and it's been seconded. Back to you, Member Bogus.
I would just love to know, maybe by and through you to Superintendent Jones. I see that this says on-site and revolving security guard services at the USBE building. My question is this on board meeting days? Is this every day? And is this multiple guards? Can you just give me a broader, my constituent had a question, I couldn't answer it.
Member Bogus, what item is this? Are you asking the question on? No, let me get there you go.
Please accept my apologies. 10.1.1.
Okay, thank you. Member, Scott, go ahead. Yeah, hold on, Scott, pause. Point of order or?
Point of, I guess, clarity. I just, and I don't know how deep Scott is going to, Deputy Superintendent Jones will go into this, but I just want to express concern about sharing anything about our security on the public record. That would be all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Scott, you're aware of the concern. Please go ahead and answer that question then.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, noting or to answer the question by Board Member Bogus, but also appreciate that. The scope of the contract is for security services for our building. I won't relay how many or theme, but it's pretty much 24-hour coverage. So.
Okay. So with that, the motion is to approve the remainder of the consent calendar, sans 10.1.2 and 10.3. So seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously with one absent, Member Brinton. So thank you. With that, we will move to the polled items. Are there any additional motions for 10.1.2 or 10.3? Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I would move that we approve consent item 10.1.2.
Do we have a second? We have a second. So back to the motion. Let me restate. The motion is, and it's been seconded, to approve agenda item 10.1.2. Vice Chair Bollinger, do you want to speak to that?
As I was looking through, this is part of our legislative mandate and meets the requirement of our obligation to seek a vendor. So this is why I would support this.
Thank you. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 12 in favor, 2 opposed. Those coming from Member Green and Member Bogus with 1 absent. Okay, we still have 1 item pulled. I've got Vice Chair Wood, or sorry, Member Earl.
There isn't a 10.1.3. So what was the other item pulled?
It's just 10.3.
Oh, 10.3.
My apologies. So I've got Vice Chair, sorry.
Oh, did someone have questions? Otherwise, I'll make a motion to move that forward. It's moving it on to public comment is what it's doing. So I motion that we move 10.3, which is the draft American Constitutional Government and Citizenship Standards released for public review.
Okay, so the motion is that the draft American Constitutional Government and Citizenship are released for public review. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the Standards and Assessment Committee for their work on this, as well as staff. I really appreciate the way it was presented in backup. Easy to digest, understand. The clarity was fantastic. Thank you. I would just ask the committee, Standards and Assessments, as you continue to work on this, to please keep in mind SB 268. I know it hasn't been signed into law yet. This was on the religious curriculum. I believe there's actual examples that I see in the strands that were also cited in the law, and it would make a great convergence opportunity to integrate that as part of what you're already doing in civics. So to the extent that is doable, I would just like to make that request. So thank you, Chair.
Okay. So the motion is that the draft American Constitutional Government and Citizenship are released for public review. Let's go ahead and vote. And that passes unanimously. Yeah. Okay, so that wraps up the consent calendar. Let's move backwards to agenda item 9. Scott, are you ready for the monthly budget report?
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones for the monthly budget report. I can attest that the Utah State Board of Education is able to meet all known commitments and obligations. We're fast approaching the last quarter of fiscal year 26, which would be April, May, and June. We do provide for both the public and actually go to the. I'll bring this up in a second, but should be the link right there. Yeah. So if you click on that link, the public and or board members should be able to drill down, if they, for lack of a better term, on all of our various funding sources and where expenditures are as of to date. Subject to any questions or concerns with the monthly budget report item, I can proceed with some other information related to federal grants and what departments or agencies we're planning on those grants being transferred to.
Point of information, Member Bogus.
I don't think there's a link. I went back to last month's and pulled the link from last month because it auto updates because you guys keep it current, but I don't believe there's.
Are you driving? Did it work? It didn't work when you clicked on it? Okay, we'll make sure to get that updated in there. So I tested it about 4 or 5 days ago and it worked for me. So I don't know, maybe it broke or something. So I'll make sure that it gets in there. I'm glad you brought that up. Thanks, Chair.
Can you also just also fix the link, but just send it to board members?
Sure.
When it's.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. Apologies for that. So, okay. Then if we could just, as a point of information also related to the monthly budget report, we felt this was a value add for information on what we're seeing happening in Washington, D.C., especially related to changes with the Department of Education. These are where we're anticipating and the firm that put this together is a very versatile firm out of Washington, D.C., I believe. I could have that wrong, but they're the go-to for all the states for training for grants management, Edgar policies, those types of things. But Sarah Harward had received this from them since she's our grants compliance officer. And this just provides just a snapshot in time. I mean, they're subject to change, but this is where we're headed as of this date time group with the grants and what departments in the federal government those grants are going to go to. So I'd just ask if board members would, take the opportunity to just review this. And then if you have any questions or concerns, you can take those offline with me or any of the staff. We're there, but this is a point of interest with our Federalism Commission, with with all the things that are going on in DC. So we thought we'd just share this to you as a nugget or piece of information related to all the changes occurring out there in Washington D.C. So,
and I've got a comment from Superintendent
Okay.
Hart, if I can
oh
interrupt.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Well,
So
let the chair-
yesterday, the state chiefs were on a conference call with the Secretary of Education and a couple of her staff members. Right now, all this has been done, and what they're trying to decide now is where will special education and general education go. And the top two places they're thinking about is Department of Labor and or Health and Human Services. But while these moves, I feel like were made fairly quickly for relative speaking to government, they really are slow. They're slowly considering where IDEA, special education services, and K-12 education's going. There's not they're asking for lots of input. Elise, or Deputy Newey, and Deputy Voorhees, and I will be at a meeting at the end of next week where we will meet with the secretary and the undersecretary and other federal officials. They really are trying to hear all voices in that and figure out what is best for states. Their idea, what they're trying to do is, in some ways, eliminate the middleman. And their hope, their aim, is that more of the funds will go directly to students if they eliminate the number of stops in between. What was really important that they wanted to make sure was communicated was that when the programs moved, it moved as a whole. So none of the laws change just because it's in a different location. So Office of Civil Rights still has the same protections, the same activities, the same processes. It just moves as a unit. So there's lots of information swirling. You see how many programs this encompasses. There's a lot to this. But at the end of the day, I think what's really important, and the chiefs committed to sharing the information, is one, the chiefs do have your SEA, all of us, and when I say chiefs, I mean the whole superintendency, has input, has a voice that is being listened to, and two, it doesn't change the processes. So I think, for what it's worth, I just want to share that information to you as a State Board of Education, the information that we got. It's important that you know that these things are not, IDEA is not up for reauthorization. ESSER is not up for reauthorization at this time. These programs are simply moving. It's like moving furniture in your home. It doesn't mean you got a different couch. It's the same couch. It's just in a different place. So just try to, let's not get ahead of ourselves. What do we say out here? Don't get in front of your skis on this. Okay, let's just take it a day at a time.
All right, you've generated some questions here. So I've got Member Bogus. We'll start with, Member Davis.
Yeah, a couple of questions. If they're saying they want to remove the middleman for the states to have more autonomy, why aren't they just block granting the funds to the states? Because moving it from one federal middleman to another federal middleman is still a federal middleman. Second question is, I thought I heard somewhere that the Congress had voted to sort of overturn a decision to sort of get rid of the Department of Education, and Congress voted to keep the Department of Education. So now has that been changed again since that vote of Congress, or did I hear that wrong?
No, you didn't hear it wrong. So the people in charge are still in charge. It's just they're in charge. How am I going to? Okay, so the Department of Education people still have the authority. They just don't have a location. The programs exist somewhere else. Like, just because you're sitting in your dining room doesn't mean that you're not still in charge of your couch. The analogy is not.
So it's an
I
illusion of a
understand.
reduction, but the reduction is not there. All the same mandates are there. All
All
the
the
same
same
laws
mandates.
are there. Everything is still there.
Yeah, everything is still there, but they're downsizing the number of rooms in the house. I'm trying to.
We're moving them to a different building.
We're moving them to a different building, but the people are still in charge of education, are still in charge of education. And it's moving as an entire pod, a unit with the same responsibilities. And, I think change takes time, and some people are comfortable with big, bold moves, and sometimes you gotta move the couch to the other room just before you take it to the curb. It takes steps to do, and so maybe it feels like a small step, or a tiny little, not as impactful, but it is the speed at which our federal government is able to move.
Okay.
And I'm the messenger here.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a fair question. It's a legitimate question. And it's a very good question. I'm just sharing the information that I have at this time.
So we've got two lights on from staff. I think it's to build on this. And if I don't hear a couch reference, I'm going to be disappointed. So let's.
I'm Sarah Harwood. I'm your grants compliance officer. I don't have reference to a couch. I apologize. To just sum up, is that all obligatory rulemaking authority stays with the Department of Education, but the administrative responsibilities is going to be transferring to these other departments. Right now, we currently have two programs that have already transferred to the Department of Labor. These new interagency agreements that are coming out are going to adjust those a little bit. But so far they, that's what it is the Department of Ed keeps the rulemaking authority, but the administrative responsibility goes to these other departments.
Thank you. Scott, same thing. Okay.
And go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And just as an additional point of information, why Doctors Hart, Voorhees, and Newey are in Washington, D.C., I will be here alone by myself. available for lunch, Mom. So if you want to do that. Okay, so Chair, thank you. Your direction, I can move to the discretionary funds report.
I do have a couple more lights.
Okay.
If that's okay.
If Sarah
Are
could
you
stay
ready?
here, if it's related to the grants.
Okay, your question is for the discretionary funds. Okay, Member Lear.
Thank you. I would be a little facetious and continue the couch analogy to say there's a couch, but no people to sit on the couch and in the house. And the serious part of that question is is there been any discussion, Molly? Has there been any discussion as you've had these wonderful collaborative meetings about, but who will investigate the OCR complaints? I don't care if they put it in the Department of Interior, but if there's no one to investigate the complaints or process the complaints, then it's a pretty empty, literally and figuratively, organization. So has there been any discussion of that? Because they've already cut I can't remember, 50% or something like that. So are there personnel to do the work?
Yes. So many of the personnel are back. Not all of them, but many have returned.
Okay.
That is precisely why we're going, and because we'll have access to a number of the assistant secretaries for those specific areas to ask those questions. The sessions we've been in thus far have been where we ask questions and we give some input. It hasn't really been them providing us with the nitty-gritty kind of stuff, but the conference that we'll be at is the chief. Now it's CC.
That's okay.
State
State.
Chiefs Council, whatever. And
CCSO, I
they're
think.
yes, and they're arranging meetings with those assistant secretaries, but also with our delegation to talk about kind of bringing the congressional side and the agency side kind of together to answer some of those questions.
All right. Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, you. Yes, and then we got Scott for to move on. Go ahead, Sarah.
If I could just add one thing, we've been told that they will not be cutting any more staff, but they have not been clear on if staff that are currently running these programs are going to move with that department or if they're going to stay under the Department of Education. That's what we've been told so far.
Thank you. Okay, Scott, on to 9.2, the discretionary funds report.
And thank you, Kelsey, through you, Chair. The link is working now, so apologies for that. We will email it, though, as well. But now the public should be able to access it, too, which that's our desire is to make sure that the public has it's public facing on it, too. But you can see that the link is back.
So you were much quicker than I thought. So I don't
have
think
a
an
great
email
staff.
is necessary. Yeah,
that
perfect.
will be here with me when they're in Washington, D.C. So thank you, sir. So, okay. So the discretionary funds report is available for the public consumption. And, I mentioned this as we get closer to year-end close. I always, bring the public and the board's awareness to the upper right-hand corner, which even the driver of the presentation sees that too. So thank you. These are your remaining balances. These balances are usually plussed up as a result of year-end close activities. So then if you go to the main body of the report, you can see that, and we do try to put both the prior and then the current one so that you can see changes within the expenditure rates of any one of the particular projects, but all the projects are aligned in the main body of this report for review. Hey, Deborah, surprise, I'm going to automate this at some point. So, that too, to make it more user-friendly and do what Deborah did so well with the overall budget report. But this will be changed to be automated, and you can click on it and look and see those types of things too. So, subject to any questions or concerns on the discretionary funds report, that concludes this portion of the monthly budget report.
Okay, we've got a question from Member Bogus.
Sir, I actually have a motion. I'll let her bring it up. Would you like me to read it from?
It is an information item for 9.1 and 9.2 under the agenda of, this is a monthly budget report. So part of me is curious on what are you requesting funds? And
No.
Go ahead then.
Okay, do you have it to put it on the screen?
So that's the question is being asked, is a motion in order on an information agenda item?
This one is.
I'm being told by the maker of the motion that this one is, but I would assume that the maker of the motion would say it would be in order anywhere that they please. So I'd love to see what the motion is, and then we can determine.
Oh, I think there's some language that should go on the end, but I'll read it. I move that the board directs staff to determine the cost to provide 2 sessions, one in the north and one in the south of the state of a intensive special education training specifically for parents and advocates titled Epic 2-Day Advocacy Intensive for a possible motion regarding the use of discretionary funds in the April meeting. And with a second, I can speak to that.
So I'm not sure, I'm missing something here. I'm not sure how this is relevant to the budget report. Well, I see that, I mean, yeah, you can take discretionary funds and say, okay, but that would go through, I believe, Finance Committee, or am I missing something? Scott's
So-
saying yes.
So
Ish.
I cannot direct staff though. So in order for this to even go through finance, we have to direct staff to gain the cost of it because I can't do it myself and I cannot direct staff.
So as a point of clarity, you are directing staff to determine the cost to provide 2 sessions.
Mhm.
And you're asking the board to approve the staff to determine the costs without any other sort of information other than,
That would come with the cost.
well, does the board is approving research into this cost,
Mhm.
but the board has no vision for what and does the staff have any vision for what you are asking here other than a titled training and 2 locations?
So in particular, it's a 2-day intensive for parents with students in special education and education advocates, which could be a teacher. It could also be a guardian ad litem. It could, by chance, be a special education advocate. There are some of those in our state. There are a few, but there are some. But in particular, it is a special education training for parents.
Okay, so I'm gonna move forward with this motion from this monthly budget report. Again, we're not asking for money. We're looking into if this would cost and how much this would cost.
Yes.
So we're not spending money.
No.
But we're just looking into it. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So the motion then is that the board directs staff to determine the cost to provide 2 sessions, one in the north and one in the south of the state, of the intensive special education training for parents and advocates titled Epic 2-Day Advocacy Intensive for a possible motion regarding the use of discretionary funds in the April meeting.
Or finance me.
Would
I don't
that go to
care.
finance though? It's your motion.
If that's where you would like it to go.
I could take a guess of the sense that how the board feels about committees, but it's your motion, so
I don't care. I think the board will have enough information without it going to finance. But if you want it to go to finance, I'm happy to do it.
Again, this is your motion, not mine.
Well, then I'll let you amend it.
The motion is stated. Do we have a second? If there's a second there, back to you. Do you want to speak additionally to this?
Yeah, I
Member
would love
Vargas?
to. So I've been to a number of these trainings and I go to some of them online. They are exceptional. They're really, really good. And I've had a lot of conversations in the past 2 or 3 weeks with my peers in different schools, and I've said things that I've learned in these in these trainings, and they have said, "Where did you learn this? How did we not know about this?" And it's little things like use the OSEP letter here, or use this here, or if you look at the code here, it would be really. And I've asked them. I've said, "Hey, you should check out this organization. That's where I learned this stuff." And I checked into just asking for the cost myself, and I actually am unable to do that because I am not a member of our staff, and I cannot direct staff myself. And I would love for us to direct staff to look into this, to get us the details and the information we need to make an educated decision. In particular, I do think that we need to put one in the north and one in the south, whatever that looks like, and then we could appropriately advertise it and determine through the process what funds we need, not just to host it, but to ensure that we can get people to it. And so I'm just asking for the board to direct staff that we can investigate this. So thank you.
Member Earl.
I just have a question. I was under the impression that if you wanted discretionary funds, your item had to come through the finance committee. That's what I've been told. I'm just wondering, is that our current practice still, or that's why I'm wondering about this. Is this asking it to come, it says at the board April meeting. I guess we don't know what that means. So all I'm saying is I had that question because previously it's been, if you want discretionary funds, you've got to go through, you can't just bring it to the board. And it sounds like this is a two-part to me. It's a gather the information and then the funding mechanism.
That
Can
was
someone
my,
give me some
I'm
insight?
assuming that's
Yeah.
to me or Scott or somebody. That was my understanding as well. That's why I brought up, like, do we want to amend the motion? And so, Scott, do you want to?
Chair, I think we can reach the intent of the motion and then also the concerns. What I would recommend is that we go ahead and do a cost estimate, but then place it as an item for consideration by the Finance Committee so that the recommendation could use the discretionary funds at that time. We can do a formulation of cost and then take it does that make sense? So then it flows, that process gets taken too. And we can honor the motion by the good board member to put a cost estimate together. So.
And that would be, well, even if it came before the board, it would be an information. All she's doing is asking for information. So we're not asking for action. We're not asking to approve. So that would go through finance regardless. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay. So the motion before the board then is that the board directs staff to determine the cost to provide 2 sessions, one in the north of the state and one in the south of the state, of the intensive special education training for parents and advocates titled EPIC 2-Day Advocacy Intensive, for a possible motion regarding the use of discretionary funds in the April meeting. And I have Vice Chair Bollinger.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a clarifying question to the maker of the motion, if I may, Chair. It sounds like then that this is a training that's already created, so our staff wouldn't have to create the training, just provide it. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And that's all right. And I would actually like to make an amendment to this motion just for clarification, I think, for all of us, and add April Finance Committee meeting, so we all understand that this information would go to finance, because my concern is if it comes, well, actually, let me make that motion, and with a second, I'll speak to it. I apologize.
Would you like an on-the-record answer to your question? The answer to your question is yes.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, so the motion is to add after April finance. Is that simple? Okay, and it's been seconded. Back to you, Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. And I just, it sounds like it has to go through finance anyways. I'd be concerned if it came to our full board for April and had to still go back through finance. So I think just to clarify, if we all know it's going to go to finance, then the Finance Committee can bring a motion to us. I would appreciate that.
Member Davis, to this motion or to the underlying motion?
To this motion, I'll support it, but I would ask that we also look at and make a thorough look at any replications, because we just spent the last year or two doing a really intensive meetings all across the state for parents and teachers and local board members and such. but I'm not sure if it covered the same things that Member Bogus is thinking of for this. And then we also do an intensive law conference every year that all parents are invited to. So just want to make sure we're not duplicating monies and time and efforts.
Okay.
If that can be reviewed with the cost estimates.
Let me restate the motion before us is to add finance after April. So to this, Jenny, to this motion, Sarah, to this motion, to adding finance. Okay. Well, let me ask, is there any opposition to adding finance? Because member or Vice Chair Bollinger's motion is to add finance after April. Is there any opposition to that? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Now let's focus on the motion before us. Now we'll go to Member Reel and then Member Earl.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is one of those moments where Member Bogus brings up a great idea and something that she's interested in doing to help our educators. But this is when I think about our role as the difference between governing and governance. And I feel like this is something that feels like it should. I have no idea what our special education staff have planned. I don't know what trainings they're doing right now. I'm not sure, how this fits into their plans and strategic plan. And so for me, this doesn't feel like something that should be coming down from the board. It should be something that staff proposes to us as they work through their process and planning and strategies rather than coming from us. So I'm going to vote against it.
Member Earl?
Do staff have enough information based on this motion to do what she's asking them to do you feel like?
Who's that directed? Is that directed?
I don't
to
know. I'm just looking at this going intensive special education training for parents and advocates, and then it's titled Epic 2-Day Advocacy Intensive. And we discussed here, but was that enough to give them the direction of where they need to head?
Yeah, Leah, go ahead.
Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent. So Board Member Bogus did provide the information to me of this is a very specific training. That's why it's in quotes. The title is in quotes. So yes, we could go back. We could, using that information, find out how much it costs per person, or if there's a fee per location, that kind of thing, and then determine the cost of if we would have to rent a venue, those kind of questions. So I think the very simple answer to your question is yes, I think we could do it.
Okay, so that information was provided to staff, but that's not right. Was that in our backup, or is that something separate, or was it just discussion here?
This was just brought up here. Okay. We weren't even sure if this is in order.
Gotcha.
That's still debatable. So, okay. The motion is that the board directs staff to determine the cost to provide 2 sessions, one in the north and one in the south of the state, of the intensive special education training for parents and advocates titled Epic 2-Day Advocacy Intensive for a possible motion regarding the use of discretionary funds in the April finance meeting that was adopted without opposition. So with that, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 12 in favor, 3 opposed. Those opposed being Member Hymas, Member Lear, and Member Reel. With that, back to you, Scott. Any other report on the budget?
No, sir. That concludes this item, subject to your direction.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, we have 20 minutes until lunch. You want to? Okay. We can do that, or we can do the chair's report. What do you? Oh, go ahead and do the chair. Okay, and I can say we can do the chair's report because I'm going to ask Leanne to do the chair's report. So. She's prepared though. So, Vice Chair Wood, please.
Thank you, Chair. So leadership was asked to report at the Utah Association for Public Charter Schools on Monday. and I got elected to do that. And so, Eden, I'm going to give all credit to our intern, Eden, because I was kind of panicking because she wanted to know what the opinion of the board was on the legislative session. And of course, we have many varied opinions of the legislative session on this board, and so I couldn't speak directly to our opinion. We talked about some of the things I could talk about. So I'm going to talk about this kind of the session by the numbers, some of our funding highlights, and some of our legislative wins as we think about the work that our staff and we did throughout the session. So our staff tracked 210 bills, 105 of which officially passed the legislature as of 9:30 on Monday, March 9th. 116 House bills, 6 House concurrent resolutions, 5 House joint resolutions, 79 Senate bills, and 2 Senate concurrent resolutions. The staff submitted 575 fiscal impact statements as of Monday. The board members and staff attended over 109 committee meetings to monitor bill progress and answer questions. PA's top priority recommendation aligned with the board's #1 funding priority of early literacy paraprofessionals. And PA also recommended grades 4 through 8 literacy and numeracy interventions from the USBE funding priority lists. Some of our partnerships that we had throughout the session, SB 34 addressed several of USBE legislative requests, including replacing district with LEA to ensure charter schools are clearly included, amending 53G 9702 to provide USB flexibility to distribute all appropriated suicide prevention funds, amending statute to shift USDB safety assessment responsibilities from the county security chief to the state safety chief. Representative White worked closely with us to get HB 448 to address the USBE USDB administrative questions. Representative Auxier and Welton worked together on HB 312, which repealed 2 ineffective programs that USBE requests, the early learning plan and math plan requirements. Representative Tracy Miller worked closely with Paula Plant and USBE staff on HB 144, which addressed the USB legislative request to clarify digital citizenship responsibilities, remove limits on parental involvement, and require documentation when councils vote to change membership. Excuse me, Senator Escamilla worked closely with Christiane Lewis, and I will put a plug in for Christiane Lewis's. If you haven't read her student safety newsletters that come to us on a monthly basis, those are awesome. Take a look at those. SB 181, which clarified statutory guidelines on seclusion rooms, and USB requests to separate the USDB's transportation funding were addressed in the bill of bills. And then Representative Hall fostered collaboration between several agencies to build the Gold Medal Schools program. And Representative Walton worked directly with USB to clean up legislation regarding his civics class. So we just saw a lot of really good opportunities for us to work with legislators this year. Of course, we won some, we lost some, but I think as we all work together as a board, present kind of a one focus and our priorities, and as we work to really elevate our strategic plan and those priorities, we'll see more wins as we move forward. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. That was great to gather that information. When we heard it on the UAPCS, when I heard on that meeting, I thought we need to share this with our board as well. So thank you for gathering that, Leanne, and sharing that. It is 11:45. We have 15 minutes until lunch, and I don't know if lunch is here. So go ahead, Superintendent. Just so the public knows, this is agenda item 8. We're again moving backwards, where we're moving all over the place. We just covered agenda item 14. Now we're back to agenda item 8, Superintendent's report. So please, Superintendent Hart.
Okay, you all know what I've been doing since the last board meeting. I have been working with the legislative session, working with our staff, working with just getting through those 45 days. I wanted to take a minute. So that's that. I have oriented my reports to past, present, and future, and it's just been the legislative session. What I wanted to spend this time on, though, is a little bit of, I want to orient you to the annual report, because I've noticed that so many of your questions can be answered in this annual report that is provided. And I think it is a gem
of a resource. So Kelsey is going to walk us through where you can find it. You go to our agency, you go to the superintendent's annual report, and you see all of the years. You click on this year, and if you were to want us to print it for you, it is this many pages. Okay, so it is a reference that has a tremendous amount of information. So let's kind of look at it, how the report is organized. And the point of this, first of all, it's in code, that superintendent's annual report and what it has in it. It connects your direction, your strategic direction, to system outcomes, agency responsibilities, and required accountability. So how it's organized. It starts with the strategic plan. Of course, there's a nice little letter you can read. Then it shows our budget. It shows our core functions, what the agency does on your behalf. And then it presents system level outcomes. And then after that, it gets into initiative level detail. When you want program, when you need context on a program. And finally, it also includes statutorily required legislative reports in it. So think of it as your map. It's your goals, then resources, execution, outcomes, and detail when you need it. And I just really and truly, there is so much information packed in here. That I really wish, if this was a classroom and I was a teacher, you'd have it in front of you and we'd do a scavenger hunt and you'd realize how much information. I mean, look at what we're looking at here. We're looking at the expenditures, and there's a lot of times, I'll be honest, when I was first on the board, when I was very much involved in board service, I still didn't always remember what these words meant. Like, people would talk about a revolving account, or they'd talk about MSP categorical, and I'd be like, wait, what is that again? And this gives you the information that you thought you understood when you heard it the first time and the second time and maybe even the third time, but you get rusty on very quickly. So keep scrolling, please. Then you get into the core functions, and you see the goals and our standards, starting right at the ground floor with standards. So already we've talked about money and the finance, but in the same resource are information about our standards. And here we've got data and metrics about districts and programs. You're looking at professional learning, dual immersion, career and tech ed. You've got data at your fingertips. Keep going. Now, there is, and again, you can scroll yourself. Here's an example of where it talks about just the program, the driver's ed program, how, it says details like 30 hours of classroom instruction, 6 hours behind the wheel, 6 hours. It really is a wealth of information at your fingertips. I guess if there's only one data section that you look at, I don't know if you want to get there, it might make, give us all a headache with the scrolling, but the education elevated progress, where it summarizes how the system is performing on key indicators. There's some of those metrics that you look for and you think about, and you often have to return to, but you may not know where to find it right quickly. Really and truly, I am kind of a dinosaur in that I like printed pages. If there is one thing, well, there's two things. You need a printed bill book and you need a printed annual report. Now, if you're one of those lucky ones that have switched over to digital reading, I applaud you. But if you're not, this is a real useful resource, and it is often what I turn to when I need to make sure that I'm tracking right on something. So, you can do a lot with this report. You can do, it's kind of like a baseline so that as we move forward and go into the next year and consider, mandates that the legislature has given us, or ideas like what Member Bogus just brought up, things with our discretionary, your discretionary funds, or ideas for the legislature moving forward. This is a great place to start with what it looks like right now. And I just really wanted to bring this to your attention because I understand that, board agendas are hundreds of pages long, and we get really in the weeds on, and we need to, for various policies and the issues of the day. But at the same time, we need to step back and look at that 30,000-foot view. And this document can help you do that so that you're constantly going down into the weeds, but then pulling back and looking at the big picture and then looking down at the weeds. And I just hope, I just wanted to bring your attention to it. We put it out there, it's available, but I wasn't sure that people really understood just how loaded this is with information. And when people say, well, what do you do? What does the state agency do? I want to hand them this and say, ask me that after you've read this report, and then come back and we'll talk about what we do. Because you can get lost in this. And if you want to walk through it with me, if that would be worth your time, please, let's set up a time and go through it. And because I think as you read it or as you look at it, it prompts as many questions as it answers. And it's a real tool. And I just wanted to spend some time just bringing your attention to that so that you have a very rich source of data as you move forward through your work. So thank you for that time.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Thanks for the report, Superintendent. If you could pick like one or two couple of pieces of data that came out of this report that would be like, man, I wish everyone in the state knew this, either on the celebratory side or on the concerning side, what would those be?
Oh, that.
And you can get back to me if it's
what? There's somewhat. My real answer to that is going to feel like a cop-out answer, but it's the totality. It's the fact that there's a narrative, and we hear it every legislative session. We are now nearly $9 billion of an organization that runs $9 billion through our state for public education. And that number is so huge. People then say, well, what are you doing with that? What is that? And I want to point out 100 different things. I want to point out that in the vast majority of counties in Utah, public education system is the largest employer in that county. So we are not just teaching students, we are employing adults, and we're part of the workforce in a large part in many counties. I want to point out that we don't just teach school. We have a lot of programs that are under the umbrella of education, and make family life better in Utah. I want to point out that, reading, writing, and arithmetic, yes, absolutely. And then I want to point out that getting money to the local, out to the locals is not just as simple as writing a check. When you dive into all the different funding streams and what districts, the interface between districts and the state in order to be as fair as possible is a very thought out process. It's not just you student are worth this amount of money, and so we're writing this check and that's it. It's we have an enormous responsibility with that huge amount of money, and it ultimately ends up in students learning in a classroom from a teacher and from each other. And it is an awesome, in every sense of the word, responsibility. So I'll get back to you on what strikes me the most, but what message I feel we need to send as a board and as an agency together is that we are very serious about our mission, and our job is complex, and we take it very seriously, and we do it very carefully, and fidelity matters, and it's a total program. It's not any one little thing. People want to talk about library books, or we need to talk today about special education services, or we need to talk about a piece of curriculum. But education is a whole endeavor, and we're responsible for it, and we're going to do quality work for the students of Utah. I think it's the totality that matters.
Follow up? No? Okay. Okay. Oh, she says thank you for the record.
And I'm going to give a quiz.
Right now?
No.
Okay.
Next board meeting, there will be a quiz available. Not open book. I don't believe in that mess.
Okay. Does that conclude your report then, Superintendent?
It does. No way.
Okay.
No.
With that, board members, let's break for lunch, and we will plan to be back here at 12:30. Thank you. Welcome back, board members. We are moving right along today, recognizing that these meetings will fill up as we start implementing the legislative requirements that have come before us. So, but we will take advantage of this month anyway. So we are on agenda item 11. This is the general legislative session preparation. We have with us Elise Newey, and we've got one backup. They're gonna drizzle in here. I imagine so. And then we've got the majority of board members here. How many do I have here? I've got 11 board members, minus one, but he'll be back. Okay. So let's go ahead, Elise, if you want to go ahead and begin on agenda item 11.
All right, thank you. Elise Nui, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. We're just as a heads up, so the legislation session ended on Friday. We've all been recovering since then, and so we don't have a lot of our details. However, over the next month, I'm going to show you a little bit about our process and what we do after the legislative session, so that you're aware of all of the different aspects that go into the implementation process. And then in April, we'll have a much more robust discussion about some of the numbers and things that have passed and not passed and all of that. So if I can get sharing rights, is that Kelsey? Sorry. I will bring up my screen. Okay. So just as a couple of really high level numbers, we had 210 bills that were introduced that we were tracking. So there was actually over 1,000 bills total this year, but of those, only about 210 impacted education generally. So this is anything having to do with building codes, school nutrition, federal programs, anything that could touch education, and any of the things that you do, we track. Of the 210, 105 bills passed. And this is really exciting because that's a perfect 50% bill passage rate, and that's exciting. So you can report that to all your constituents. A couple of high level just bills to touch on that we wanted to talk about. The first was SB 34. So if you remember back in October, November, we were working on legislative requests from you all and things that staff and you all wanted changed in law. Those are all subject to whether or not a legislator is willing to put them in a bill, and then from there, whether or not the bill passes. So we're going to highlight some of the successes. So things that actually made it from your request all the way to the end. And SB 34 held a lot of those. So that was run by Senator Johnson. You'll see that it replaced district with LEA to ensure that charter schools are included in the reintegration plans and those requirements in law. That was just an oversight from years past. Also some flexibility on the suicide prevention funds. There was a lot of conversation about that this year. It did not actually change the amount of funding that was given. It just makes it so that USBE is not responsible for ensuring that all of the funds are, because it required that $1,000 be sent to each school. And if the legislature were ever to not fund that appropriately, we would be on the hook for compliance to ensure that they got $1,000. So this helps kind of give us coverage that if there's ever a year where we don't get those funds, we can send out all that is available and not be on the hook for compliance. And then it also shifted the safety assessment responsibility for USDB from the local security chiefs. Remember, every school has to do their safety assessment with their local personnel. However, USDB is a little bit unique, as you all know. And so that the new person responsible for that is the state safety chief or his delegate. So that way you only have one person working with all of the different USDB campuses rather than these kind of disparate conversations happening in various locations. A couple other successes. We had HB 144. Paula Plant worked tirelessly with Representative Tracy Miller, who also worked really hard to make updates to the school community council laws. A lot of those got through and were changed successfully. Also, HB 312, this was not one, we asked a little bit for some updates to Representative Welton's civics requirement as if you recall last year, he passed a bill where a new course was required in high school, and there had been some back and forth. You all passed that rule probably 3 times in the last year trying to get it right. And in the end, we went back to him and said, hey, it would really help if you changed the code to say XYZ. And he did do that. He was so wonderful to work with. And then Representative Auxier worked with him to combine some of their bills together into HB 312. So that's really exciting. That also repealed the early learning plan and the early math plan. That was another legislative request from you all, and that significantly reduces reporting burdens for our LEAs. So that is huge. We're excited about that. 2 more.
Can
HB,
we have a,
yeah.
I think we have a question on,
Sure.
is it on that? Was she just, yeah. This is, there were 2 312s, right? SB and HB. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
That was just for clarify. I was going to ask the same thing. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, there was a Senate SB 312 from Johnson that impacted UPAC. That was another one. HB 448 was a bill run by Representative White based on the recommendations that came out of our USDB working group and our committees. So that was hugely helpful. He was very gracious in taking our recommendations. And so that was a great one to see pass. And then SB 181, this is another legislative request that you all had. This is based on some legislation run last year by Senator Escamilla that dictated some new requirements for seclusion and seclusion rooms. Again, we went to pass the rule and we passed the rule, but found that there were some things in code that were a little bit confusing or could be more clear. And so we've been working with her since then. And she is also incredibly wonderful to work with and has been just so collaborative, and we're grateful for that. So that leads us into the implementation. If you recall, this is our favorite cycle. We've just come out of the legislative session and now we're in the implementation phase, and we will be working toward legislative preparation for next year here in the next couple of months. But implementation entails a lot of communication with our LEAs, so making sure that they are clear about what the expectations are and the new laws. We write a lot of rules. We will see things pick back up next month. We've already got 10 rules ready to go for April. Then there's program implementation, anything that changes our programs or requires us to create a new program, like the Gold Medal Schools program. We will be creating that and getting that going. And then lots of interim committee reports. A lot of legislation is passed with a requirement that we report to the Education Interim Committee on how the program's going, similar to that report that I showed you earlier with the Partnerships for Student Success. That's an example of one of those reports that we submit to the interim committee. I'll show you. In order to do this well, we create trackers because we love trackers. We do them all the time for everything. And this is all of the bills that passed and all the information about them. As we go along the side, we figure out who we need to contact, all the different requirements that are there, what rules we'll need to create, whether we need to hire an FTE. All of the different information is included in this tracker. So if you ever have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. And again, in April, we'll have a lot more details about the requirements that came down from the session.
Okay, I've got a question from Member Brenton.
Thank you, Superintendent Nui. Through the chair, do we have access to that tracker? Because it is really hard to look at the complete list of 66 pages of bills. And then now that the session's over, just to be able to see what passed, what actually passed.
Yeah, we can. This one is shared with all of the staff and can get really messy, but I will get you a list of all the bills that passed. We are still actually waiting for the legislative website to finish updating, and we'll have a final count probably tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. That is, so that, I'm looking at the agenda items here. That's the legislative bill summary. Is that correct? I'm getting some kickback here. On the legislative bill summary? Yeah, go ahead, Member Bogus.
So because I promised to ask, Deputy Superintendent Nui, SB, I believe it's 265. I've had about 5 different people call me on that, and so if we could maybe add that next month, or you and I could meet and work on that, that would be great.
Okay. Sorry, it's very slow. Is it this one that you're 295? 295. Okay. Yeah, we can discuss that in detail and what that looks like.
May I actually talk
Yep.
again? I don't
Member
know.
Bogus.
There's just a number of people that I think have erroneous conclusions drawn about this bill, but I don't want to respond in that manner without first consulting with you to make certain that my understanding is correct. So, yeah.
Okay. I don't see any other lights. Let's move. We're going to move backwards again to the legislative budget summary. Scott, if you will report on that, that'd be great.
Good. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So if we could pull the backups, starting with what we call the index. Who's driving? Oh, is it? Okay, sorry. Just while she's pulling that up, we appreciate everyone's patience with, I mean, as we know, the session just ended last Friday, so it took us a while to meet with the LFA, get things consolidated. And in fact, Assistant Superintendent Jacobson is hunkered down in her office getting ready to get the budget set, so we can put it in front of Finance Committee in April for your review. But I think the key takeaways, and I think probably Deputy Newey already brought this up, is that first of all, the legislature did support your number one priority and funded it. So, that's a key piece there. But what this does here is it provides a consolidated list of all of the different funding. Oh, no, this is the fiscal note one. Yeah, no, it's the other one. Yeah, that one. So this provides all of the funding activities. Now, I need to make sure that we're all clear that House Bill 1 is the base budget bill. And then within House Bill 1, because there's been some questions about items such as the athletic fields for rural school districts. Well, if you consult or if you see that the legislature passed laws that those are required to be put into the base budget until they're removed. So the $5 million you won't see on here because it was put into the base budget bill EAC met in December and put it in there. So for that particular question that has come up by more than one board member, and then from the field even to me too, is, hey, where is this? Well, the $5 million that was last year is in the base budget bill. So these items right here are funding items that occur as a combination of new money plus this year's exercise or whatever we're calling it on the reallocations of funding. The bottom line takeaway is the summation of it is that this resulted in roughly 110 million, I think it is at the bottom. Yeah, so if you could scroll down, of ongoing money, and then the amount that you see there is the summation of one-time money. What we'll do though, like to Dr. Newey's point, is when we put together the book, it will capture all of this in one place for you, right? Because we just we're barely, not even a week out of the end of the session. So we take all of this information and consolidate it into the legislative summary book. So this will become even clearer to you as we move together into the spring and in the budget setting process, not only by you as the board, but by your local education agencies to capture all of these different moves. So I'd just like to pause here. I recognize that this was posted maybe just a couple of days ago. So, but even following this meeting, I'm always available for you to contact and ask questions, right? And if you have concerns, you can text me. I'll try to answer you as quickly as possible. So subject to your guidance or directions, or I'll just pause here. So.
Thank you. I've got Member Earl and then Vice Chair Wood with some questions.
So my question is, and you probably already answered this, and my apologies if I
No,
missed
it's okay.
it. So it's looking at the chart, when it says the 300 in red, and that's that adult education, that means what?
Well, so not
It's
only
taken away
no,
this-
that's a great question.
Okay.
So, Chair, what board members and the public need to look at is, and we can explain this, and I had articulated this in the weekly meetings, is you have to look at, was it a complete elimination of the program?
Or
Was it a reduction to the overall base amount to the program? That's what we have to do on the one eaches. And I know that's very cumbersome, but in the case of the adult education one, with that reduction, it's only a portion of the reduction to that program. But then when you look at digital teaching learning, just as an example.
So red means minus.
An offset, a reduction, or a.
That's all I needed to
yeah,
know. But
okay,
you can keep
okay.
it. If
Right,
you
but
want to, I just wanted to make sure that I
yes,
understood it as
you
taken
do
away, but I
understand
wanted
it.
to make sure that.
Yeah,
okay.
but then I would ask that we also expand on the reason why, or that it may have been a full elimination of the program by reduction. The best example of that is the digital teaching and learning program that you also see in here in the red, tens of millions there. So, but yes, that's correct.
So then the question becomes, why does the hold harmless a one time?
It's one time. Yeah, it was moved over. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you see the reduction in the ongoing, and it got moved over into the one time. Great catch. Yes. So.
Okay. And Vice Chair Woods says that her question was answered. And then
Okay.
I think that's it then. Let me.
Well, for this, if I may, then
For
I can proceed
questions,
back.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, sir.
no, I
Yeah,
think that's
go
it for
ahead.
questions.
Yes,
Please
sir.
proceed.
Okay, so now if we could pull up, board members and the public are very interested in the fiscal note process. So when we, you heard from Deputy Newey how many bills there were. Well, with bills come fiscal impact. So there's the term fiscal impact and then fiscal note. So we as an agency are asked to identify what fiscal impacts would take place as a result, or we estimate could take place as a result of legislation. And so then, and I believe Director Yuri's here so he can help answer questions, because the team did a very good job of keeping up and responding. What the key takeaway from this, though, is there's been a lot of concerns over the years about, well, are staff submitting, the impact to this would we need 3 FTEs, or we need, X amount of dollars to buy software, or we really try to pull that or generate that out as part of the response to the fiscal note. In a separate document that's not in here, because it only came available as part of our inventory and our process of getting ready to set the budget, is we can demonstrate to you and the public where we had submitted for a fiscal impact, but then subsequently that impact didn't make it into the end product, which is a fiscal note to the bill. Now, I want to be very clear that I don't think this is a result of anything but trying to ensure that the budget balances, right? That they're trying to say this, but it doesn't take away or mitigate away from the thoughts of, well, here we have this mandate or we have this requirement now, but no FTE to do it. So the process is a good process where we can try to identify it, but we don't control whether or not we ultimately receive the amount of funding we put as the impact and or the FTE as an example. Later on, as we get into the budget setting process, we will demonstrate to you which bills we had put a fiscal impact in along the lines of FTEs, and which one of those. It's only a handful, but still we had made requests of those. I've shared some of that initial information with a couple of board members, but I'll email it to all of you ahead of the April meeting and the budget setting process that we start with Finance Committee under Board Member Davis's direction in the April Finance Committee meeting. Too. So the crosswalk with the fiscal notes I know is very busy. There's a lot of information in there. What we ask is to review it, to do it, and then come back to us with questions so that we can flesh all of this out as part of the end state, which is a budget setting process by you. And when I say that, you don't set LEA budgets, they set their own budgets and then report what their boards ratified. You are adopting, we use that term separate from approving what the legislature, you're adopting what the legislature provided to us so that they can subsequently do their part, they being LEAs, to meet the code and the responsibilities they have to set their own individual budgets and then report those back to us, all within appropriations, all within the larger appropriation piece. Chair, subject to any questions or concerns with fiscal impact fiscal note processes, any particular items in there, that concludes this portion. And more details, it'll all come together in the book, in the summaries. So.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions from, or a couple of lights anyway. One from, we'll first go to Member Lear, then to Member Davis.
And I don't know if I've just paid more attention this year, if it just seems more obvious, but I have a few questions about these fiscal notes, especially as they relate to FTEs. How often, and I don't expect you to count the bills and give me an exact percentage. I know that's going to be hard for you to not do that, but how often among all of the bills that you do fiscal notes on, how often are the FTEs stripped out?
I think we have that, right? Yeah, we have that actually. So
I saw the ones that if those are the only ones, I saw those six.
No, we can do it. Yeah, we can pull it up. Yeah. So, but I think, Chair, what she's asking is each year, right? Like
right. From year to year.
Quite often they are. But then, to be fair, in the past, when the board has made requests for additional FTEs, we've received at least partial funding towards those. If you recall, you had identified a need for critical FTEs. PEA had recommended, of the 1 million plus that we had requested, PEA had recommended to EAC $700,000 for those specific FTEs, but then EAC did not take that recommendation. So then what you're seeing here is what we've initially put together. This is in draft form because, again, we're only 6 days past it. So we really do, your staff does an excellent job of going bill by bill, by line, by line, by line, but it does take more than 6 days to do this. But this is the initial results of where we had specifically identified FTEs based on the bills you see here and did not receive those this year. But overall, it happens quite often where we'll request an FTE. If you want me to put it in percentages.
That's all right, Scott. You've given me enough information. That's Scott.
60 to 70. Okay.
Enough
Okay.
information.
Yes.
But
okay.
a couple more
I'm
pieces
just an information.
of
Just yeah.
Have you, because this happens, and I feel like, and maybe I'm just not seeing the big picture as much as you are, but I feel like when this happens, we are set up. The board is set up to fail. Because we have said conservatively, I know we always are conservative because we don't get what we ask for conservatively. So there's no point in exaggerating. So when we conservatively ask for FTEs to do what we're tasked with doing in a bill, and then we don't get it, I feel like we're set up to fail. I don't, and it's a lose-lose because if we suddenly can do it, then because we pull, we use an inept or inaccurate analogy, we pull the coins out of the couch cushions, or we pull employees out of the couch cushions or something, that then they say, oh well, look, you could have done it anyway. And if we certainly can't do what the bill directs us to do, that always brings about problems. So that's not an option either. So either way we lose. I'm just wondering if there's something we could do going forward. Have you and I realize the dust hasn't settled, but is there something we could do, the board could help you do as staff, or staff could say, what could we do to get those, to say, no, we really, really, really need these FTEs?
Chair, I think that it goes to what Superintendent Hart spoke to as part of her superintendent's report. We are in a phase now where we're going to really need to look at what the staff are doing, restructuring and reorganizing so that she can make recommendations on how to meet all this. And it could be that she identifies not only do we need additional staff here, but these types of staff, like with these titles, these kind of expertise and things. So the short answer, because I know I'm a information kiosk, is that we need the board to listen to what Superintendent Hart makes as recommendations following or by way of her process that she's taking now. The legislature did give some flexibility to the superintendent to reallocate or move funding and move positions between particular line items. Not all of them. There's still some restrictions there. But that's the first time I've seen a legislature open to, and even this legislature in the 12 years I've been here, to opening line items for a superintendent to have the flexibility to study and then make moves and recommendations on where we maximize FTE power to meet all these requirements, not just legislative, but yes, ma'am.
Appreciate that, and I noticed that, and I appreciate that. That's noteworthy. My concern with that is, and again, maybe I'm being too literal, but my concern is you can't take an IT person that we've decided we don't need and turn him into a legal investigator. And that, so does that mean firing staff? And those things give me pause also. Firing staff to hire another person. And I don't like that kind of, we already have a morale problem. And I don't think that's going to help. So I just hope we can give some thought of what we can do going forward to convince, and maybe it is, they're all about ROIs. And even if I'm not, that if we have to pretend we are, or pretend I am, then maybe that's what we'll need to do, because I think we need to have the people to do the jobs so that we can be successful. And that's, sorry, I've gone on long enough. Thank you.
Member Davis.
Yeah, that last chart that you just put up, Deputy Superintendent Jones, is really helpful. And I think another column that would be helpful is what was actually funded, or not funded, both for USBE and for what we suggested was needed at the LEA level for the LEA burden. Especially, we've got a meeting coming up with our Reports and Requirements Task Force and on Monday. And this is leading to my real question. Superintendent Hart and I, on assignment from that task force last year, met with some of the fiscal analysts and some of the legal drafters and requested that they include the local burden, even if it doesn't get funded, just so the legislators and public can see what it was going to require on the local level to implement. And at one point, one of the supervisors for the LFAs said, this past year we had a bill that was required training we estimated would be about $12 million. It didn't get funded by the legislature. We should have written on the documents that it would cost $12 million in property taxes. He said, I haven't thought of that before. So I'm just wondering if, not right now, obviously, but if as you go back through and you're making the bill of bills or even looking at things for a meeting Monday, if you happen to have seen anything like that where the local burden was included or a property tax amount was estimated or included this year, could you let us know that also? Thank you. Or through the chair, if that's okay, that information would be helpful. Thank you.
Scott, yeah, will do is the response. Thank you. Okay. With that, Scott, does that conclude the legislative budget summary?
Yes, sir, with the caveat that more details are going to follow. So hopefully this is a value add to get you started in reviewing. And then as we go into the portion of the year where we start to set the budget, it inclines you to ask, more in-depth questions about the funding and where it's going. And I think we really appreciate your time and attention to this, but both you and the public. So thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, there is agenda item 11.3. This is a veto request consideration. I'm not sure if we have some member reel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion that we request that the governor veto SB 312. And with a second, I can give you some reasons why I want that.
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion is to request to the governor a veto of SB 312. It's been seconded. Go ahead, Member Reel.
Thank you. I was pretty disappointed, to say the least, in the process of how this bill came about. It narrowly, by one vote, passed in the Senate. And I thought that there was a true lack of collaboration. I felt like we could have done a better job of collaborating and working through some of the things that they were trying to solve with the bill. There was really no time in the rushing, and I know that's how the legislative session works, but there was no time to verify on some of the things that were presented, which was disappointing for me. And it felt like it was a law being created for an anecdotal experiences of a few teachers. And I don't like laws that are created that way. I don't like making laws based on experiences of a few. And I also know that we have an audit coming for UPAC, and I think that that could have been a really thoughtful way to start this process and then potentially lead to some legislation and code change rather than working the way that it did. And then lastly, it just felt like it was a little undermining of the UPAC because it allows educators back in the classroom that honestly pose reasonable risk. And I find that disappointing. And I'm actually surprised that a lot of folks were okay with it because I hear so often in my time on the state board and even in education for the last 20 years about, you know, this fear of some of these teachers and what they do. And this kind of allows these educators that have had wrongdoings to be back in the classroom. And then lastly, the last reason why I would like to request a veto is that AFT, USBA, and UEA all opposed to this bill. And that was really surprising for me because they are constantly looking for ways to support educators. And this, you know, generally when there's legislation that comes out that shows a way to give protections to educators, those groups are in favor of those laws, and they were all opposed to this. So those are my reasons why I think that it would be important for us to ask for a veto from the governor on SB 312. Thanks.
Member Bogus?
Thank you, sir. Through the chair, may I query the maker of the motion? Member Reel, a number of times you use the terminology kind of. Does it kind of do that or does it do it?
Member Reel, did you want to respond?
It's a sincere question. I'm just wondering if there's nuance or if it's a hard line.
I think that I kind of talk using the word kind of often, but it does that.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
I apologize.
Member Davis? Okay, the next person is to vote. So let's, member, there we go. I've got Member Lear, then Member Carey.
I would, of course, I seconded this motion, and I agree with all Sarah's comments. One of my reservations about requesting this myself is that it became such a politically loaded issue, which was unfortunate too, because it could have been more factually discussed with data and information instead of both sides saying this always happens and the other side saying that never happens. And it became very political, and there were, as I understand it, some threats made, and that could have been going both ways. I don't know about that, but I think it was not a thoughtful way to come to some conclusions about people safe in classrooms and LEAs making some decisions and based on the school board's decisions. And so I think it's a tough one to vote for a veto. I understand that, but I really admire that Member Reel has decided to make this a public statement, because I absolutely believe it was not a thoughtful process. It was not a collaborative process. It was, my word would be well, I won't use that word, but I think it was not something that invited discussion and analysis, and that was not data driven. And I think that's what the audit would bring about, and could make this possibly one of the changes that come about because of the audit, or at least a discussion, and not something that was done without a thorough collaboration with our education friends. So I support this, obviously.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think that 312 sends a strong message and a very positive message that the legislature, the Senate, and the House, they respect the work of this board. They wanted to go much further, but when we said, look, we're looking at this, we're investigating this, and I think we can address a lot of this in board rule, they respected that position. And I was there when Senator Reeby said, yeah, UPAC has some problems, and there's some things we can fix. In the end, she voted against the bill, but all the other members of the Senate Ed Committee said, yeah, there's something wrong. Huh? Hinkins? Okay. But it passed, and I'm grateful that it did, because we do have an opportunity to protect educators and teachers. And our UPAC system, its purpose is to protect our students, but we owe our educators in that process tremendous due process. That's devoid. Several members of this body testified against 312, and they were passionate, and the same concerns that you hear that were raised today were raised before the Senate, were raised before the House, and were raised before the full body. Some in a public setting, most of it behind the scenes. But even after weighing all that information and having all these stakeholders weigh in, the legislature agreed to move forward, recognizing that some of this simply could not wait. And that's what we are seeing in SB 312. I would speak in opposition to the request. Thank you, Chair.
Next, we've got Member Booth.
I've spent a lot of time on this particular bill. Talked with Welton, who was the co-sponsor from the House. Talked with other legislators. I've listened carefully to all of the committees' deliberations, and I was just confused, for example, by Board Member Carey's statement in the Senate Education Committee, because last month in our meetings here, Board Member Carey was very clear that he felt that we needed to not be making quick decisions, but that we needed data, we needed information. I've been so happy that there is an audit and there is a careful study being implemented at the present time to gather information from many stakeholders that are impacted. But I didn't hear that same message from Board Member Carey when I listened to the Senate Education Committee presentation that he made. And it seemed like we've got to hurry. We need to do this right now. And I wondered why, since we are gathering information so that we can make important decisions. Right next to, one person away from Board Member Carey was Jennifer Partridge, who, as the president-elect of USBE, reported that through their deliberations of many hours and many meetings with JLC and with USBE Board of Directors, that they voted unanimously against moving this forward in hopes that the new information gathered through the audit would help us make the best decisions so that it's not something we have to just change again as soon as we get all of the correct information. I'm interested in what are the critical timeline issues that made those who were in support of this feel that it needed to be done immediately. And I recognize the political, we have a certain amount of political capital here. And as does the governor, as he's determining what he would do. I had, after major consideration and in and out and many conversations, decided that today I would not, even though I was planning to do what Board Member Reel just did in making this motion. Because I'm concerned that we don't want to lose our voice at the table, but I also want to be wise, and I want to follow what Board Member Carey said last month in terms of let's not hurry and make a decision without the information that we need. And I'm eager, especially when all of the educator, administrators, and board members across the state unanimously agreed that we should wait until we have more information so that we can make the best decisions regarding this. And then when it was unfunded in terms of needing an FTE to write, there's a number of things I could go on and on. I won't, sorry. But I'm just eager to have us be united in basing our decisions on the best information available and carefully measuring if the timing that sometimes the legislative session or the agenda of what we've got to get accomplished before 2:45 a.m. in the morning when we have those long meetings, that we just stop and say, okay, we'll wait until we have the correct information and all the information. I know there's a lot of public interest, a lot of support from organizations and individuals who are wanting what's best for education, for public education, for students, for educators. I just want to listen to all of the people for whom we have responsibility and whom we have the privilege of representing before we jump to make decisions that are not possibly fully baked and fully ready to have the most positive impact on public education, students, and faculty. Thank you.
I've got 3 in front of you.
But I was addressed by name in those comments.
I don't mind. But Member Bogus, Earl, and you guys good? I'm happy to wait. I'd love to. Okay. Bollinger? Okay. Chair, or
Thank
Member
you.
Carey, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Board Member Booth brings up some good points, but we've been waiting for 15 years for these changes. And even today, we voted to approve, I think, 3 audits. And the one that comes to mind is the one that said we're going to look into travel, we're going to look into memberships, and we're going to look into conferences. And I said, because this audit is going to take place and because this audit will be pending, are we as an organization going to say, in the meantime, you can't join A, B, or C group? You can't go on this conference. You can't take this trip. And the answer was no. All those things are going to continue during the pendency of this audit. And I look at it this way very, very similarly, that yes, we are going to make huge changes starting with Rule 322 next month, our Code of Conduct for Educators, and then we are going to come out with regular proposals to amend our UPAC rules. I think that's good, but I don't think we slam on the brakes and say, wait, the due process of our educators, that can wait. Well, it can't wait for those educators who are continuing to go through this process, a process that I believe is deeply flawed, that is stripping people of their livelihood, when we have something that we can do. The legislator intentionally acted in a very small way. They changed what had to be changed in statute to allow this body to move forward and make changes in rule. That's what they limited themselves to. And if they wanted to take a bigger paintbrush to that mosaic, they could have. But they didn't. They said, we'll make this change because we need to, and afford us that opportunity. So I respect the action that the legislature took. It acted in a very small way. The amount of people that it will impact, I forget the numbers that they were talking about in committee, but it was relatively small given the way the law was structured. But the message that it sent was UPAC belongs in the hands of the elected board. And I really appreciate that message. And I think that by voting against this particular motion, we're also saying that, we've punted on our UPAC oversight for over a decade. This allows us to come back and say, this board needs to be taking a more proactive role, protecting teachers and making sure that they have the due process that they are entitled to. Thank you, Chair.
Member Bogus?
Well, my question is, so we've got this thing in here that says technical violation. I don't recall this board ever taking action in terms of revocation on a technical violation. That's not something I've ever heard of or seen in my time here or in the time that I stalked the board previous to my election. Is there someone that could answer whether or not we've ever revoked a license on a technical violation?
Ben, casually standing in the doorway, if you have a response to that question. Do you need that repeated? I know you were traveling. I'm not sure. Okay.
Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. The items that are listed as technical violations in the bill are items that would generally lead to a letter of warning from the board if you look at the presumptions. Looking at those items, I can't think of any that have led to a suspension. No.
You have a follow-up?
Actually, I can follow up after.
Okay. Well, follow up after. I would do it now because this is your second time speaking to this, and
To this?
well, yeah, I've got you down twice.
I don't think so.
I wrote it down wrong then. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. So then my next question would be, let's say, sorry, Director Rasmussen, you don't get out that easy. Let's say, for example, that these, we'll put it in quotes, technical violations that, let's say one of them happened to result in a revocation or a suspension. Under what circumstances would it be appropriate to promote that person into a different place and out of the classroom?
Ben, go ahead. Let me get there you go.
I mean, I think that's a policy call for the board and the legislature. That's not something that I can answer as staff.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I've got, next I've got Member Earl.
Yeah, I'm going to make a substitute motion that we postpone indefinitely this vote.
Yeah, it's not the same. Sorry, I'm just trying to think. I think it's in order. So the substitute motion is not to remove. That would be not to undo. That would be out of order, but to postpone this item indefinitely. We've got a second. Back to you to speak to it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you a couple of reasons why. And after listening to I listened to the comments in committee, talked to some legislators, I too had some concerns on the language. I don't think it opens the door, swinging it wide. When you talk about some of the provisions here with the technical violations, there's only a handful of individuals that I think this would even apply to. It doesn't start until May 6th, which gives us almost a year to look at whether or not it's how that applies. In other words, this is where I had confusion, because in committee it sounded like people were saying, oh, this will be retro. This will be retro. But the language with the amendments, and that's where I had some concerns, is it wasn't retroactive. It's starting with those that are cases that are open. This allows us to look and create provisions around that. I don't think it opens a door as wide as people are thinking. At first I had concerns because I wasn't sure where that landed based on the comments that were being made in these committees. But the language is not that. And after talking to the legislators, a number of legislators, about how they were interpreting this, I guess I interpret it different. So I'm not, whatever the governor does, I mean, he can gather his information. I'm not sure I'm ready to say, yeah, this won't benefit anyone, because I think there are some people that would benefit. Do I think a lot of people qualify? I don't think so, because the language technical violations, as was stated, and that's where I was having some concerns too. It's things like documentation errors or miscommunication. But in our rules, the presumptions aren't miscommunication on most of these. They're I can't even remember the language right offhand, but it's intentionality. And whatever the language is, that's what I had to go compare those two, because I was like, wait a minute, how many people would really even qualify under this? So I guess that's where the question is for me, and that's why I'm like, I'm not sure. There may be people that could benefit from this. I'm not sure that. Anyway, that's where I'm at on this. I'm not ready to make a motion one way or the other on this. So.
Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I would actually speak against to postpone indefinitely, because I do think this is something that is very relevant. And as I've had conversations with legislators that are in my area specifically and discussing this, I think there's a lot of misunderstandings about what this does and what this doesn't. I think you've spoken to that. And like Member Baga said, a lot of the things that are listed as technical violations are not what we suspend licenses for. If we look at the presumptions on R277215, it's things, if we exclude the sexual piece or the harm to children, it's things like convicted of theft or intentional misappropriation of public funds, intentionally misappropriating public funds. It's things like engages in multiple incidents or patterns of theft or misappropriation, attends a school activity where they're under the influence of alcohol or illegal drugs. It's things that we do not want those individuals back in our schools for. I wish that the way that the rule had been written was that they are not allowed to go back into the classroom or to volunteer or to work unless they have written expression, like permission from us, which would then allow us to have some leeway. And I think that was the intent of the bill, but that's not what it says. What this does now is it's going to cost us $165,000 in UPAC staffing. That's what our staff said that this would cost us. We know that UPAC is already understaffed. So this, in my mind, my concern is if we have to write a report for every single suspension, this now slows down our process, which we know is our number one concern with UPAC. So it doesn't solve an issue in the way that it's currently written. Had it been written appropriately and really address the presumptions as written and or address the concern, then I probably could definitely support this, because we definitely want to make sure we have due process. I think there's also a misunderstanding of the term volunteer in a school. So as a principal, when I had somebody that wanted to volunteer, we had a very specific process they had to go through. They had to do a background check. We had to run that through, where a volunteer, the definition of volunteer in a school setting is that they would have supervision of other people's children. This does not prevent a parent from going to being with their own child on a field trip or in a class party. but the word term volunteer is supervising other people's children. So again, I think there's misunderstanding of what that would do or prevent people from doing if they were volunteering. There, some people have said, well, as a parent, you wouldn't be able to go and volunteer. Well, you wouldn't be able to supervise other people's children if you did these things, which we would take a teacher's license away from. The other piece is that if they're allowed to go and work in a position that doesn't require license, well, they could go be a director or a principal of a charter school, because if a license is not required for that position. So we're saying you don't get to teach in a classroom, but now you can be a principal of a charter school. So I think there's a lot of unintended consequences with this. Again, I would say it doesn't match our presumptions. There's misunderstanding about the volunteer piece. And then the unfunded piece is really a big concern. I don't want us to slow down our UPAC. I would like to see this come back around with more data. I think that we're onto a direction that we could definitely consider. And I agree with Chair Carey that we do have some work to do. And I agree with Member Booth that we do need the data to make sure we do this right. And I know that sometimes when we do laws, we think, oh, it's at least we're doing something, but doing the wrong thing and the unintended consequences can often cause more problems than solutions. So I oppose this motion to postpone. Thank you.
Member Lear?
I know I've spoken before. I just had two more. I had two additional comments in light of what's been said. The technical and administrative violations, I don't believe are well defined in this bill. And I think that sometimes they're in the eye of the beholder. And in fact, I've had some attorneys say to me, well, we're certainly going to be working on our consent to discipline decrees to make sure they fit into that technical administrative area. What is a failure of an IEP to fidelity? Is that administrative? Is it technical? So we have some things that are not clearly defined. And then we've got a couple of, I won't say it that way. There are individuals who surrender their licenses for a number of things, mostly because they've just decided, I don't want this hassle and I don't want to teach anymore. Though that's a revocation. So that's never been investigated at all. Those people could then volunteer in a classroom, however it's defined, or be an administrator in positions that don't require licenses. So I think we have, my point being, the process was really not collaborative, I don't care about the message, I care about collaboration and all the stakeholders being involved, and that did not happen. It was unfortunate. And I think this does have some areas that will be problematic in their interpretation. So I don't support the motion to postpone. I don't think, there's no point in it if we postpone.
Member Davis.
It sounds like it may not pass, but I would support the motion to postpone because on the one hand, I think it's important to look at ways that some folks can go in and volunteer on what basis. I think some of the language that came out in the end on the bill creates more uncertainty than clarity, and that would be a reason not to have this go through until next year when some of that language can be tightened up. But I do understand the intent behind it, and and I am supportive of people in some circumstances who want to volunteer in classrooms and want to participate in some of those greater ways. So I'm really at a I think postponing has some merits. And that's just because either way you take a vote right now, it's problematic either way.
Okay. So the motion, we have a substitute motion before us. It is to postpone this motion, which is to veto, request a veto of SB 312. And the motion, again, is to postpone that motion indefinitely. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. All right, that motion passes 9 in favor, 6 opposed. Those opposed being Member Lear, Member Green, Member Wood, Member Bollinger, Member Bogus, and Member Reel. Okay. Seeing no additional lights on this agenda item, let's move on and close out the general legislative session preparation agenda item. We are now going to move into executive session. And before we do so, I will seek a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the following: a person's character, competence, or health, and pending or imminent litigation. Do we have a second? Second. I don't know if that's, okay. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote here. Member Bogus? Yes. Is yes. Member Reel? Is a yes. Member Lear? Yes. Is yes. Member Booth? Yes. Member Bollinger?
Yes.
Is yes. Member Brinton? Yes. Is yes. Member Davis? Yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Green? Member Green? Yes. Thank you. Member Hall? Yes. Got it. I know you guys checked out. Member Kelly? Yes. Thank you. Yes. Member Carey? Is a yes. Member Longacre? Yes. Is a yes. Member Wood? Yes. And I'm a yes. Is she's a yes, I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. We will take 5 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go into executive? Yes, please. Okay. Board members, welcome back. Public, welcome back. We are seeking a motion to come out of executive session. Is there a second? Let's do a roll call vote. And Member Bogus?
Yes.
Yes. Member Bollinger?
Yes.
Yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Yes. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Yes. Member Davis? Is not here. Member Earl?
Yes.
Is a yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Is yes. Member Hall? Is yes. Member Kelly? Yes. Yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Longacre? Yes. Member Reel? Yes. Okay. Yep. Member Wood?
Yes.
Is a yes, and I'm a yes as well. So. You don't? I didn't know that. We'll change it for next time. Okay. With that, I'm going to turn time over to Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board appoint Aubrianne Ogden, parent of a deaf student receiving outreach services, to a 2-year term on the USDB Advisory Council.
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been made. Is there, on this one, is there any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, let's keep going. Thank you. That passes.
Thank you, sir. I move that we appoint the following individuals: Katie Terry, Roberta Dunlap, and Taryn Saldana, to a 2-year term on the USDB School Community Council.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's been put before us and seconded. And again, for this one, I'm going to ask, is there any opposition to these appointments? Seeing none, we'll count that as unanimous. Continue, please.
Thank you, sir. I move that we extend the appointment of Dr. Molly Hart as the interim superintendent of the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind until the May 2026 board meeting.
Second.
There's a motion that's been stated and seconded. And once again, once we get into these UPAC ones, we will take regular votes. Is there any opposition to this extension? Seeing none, we'll count that as a unanimous vote. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. With regard to the UPAC consent calendar, I would like to pull case number 26-15.
Second.
The motion's been made.
That's not a motion.
Oh, we're pulling that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay. So that's been pulled. 26-15 has been pulled from the consent calendar. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. To that end, I move that the board approve the remainder of the UPAC consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. That is a motion. It has been seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. Regarding case number 26-15, I move that the board deny clearance for 5 years from the most recent offense.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. That motion passes 14 in favor, 1 opposed. That opposed coming from Member Lear. Member Bogus, please.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation in case number 22-1894.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. That motion passes 13 in favor, 2 opposed. Those opposed are Member Earl and Member Bogus. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation in case number 24-2169.
Second.
The motion has been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. And that one passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation in case number 25-2290.
Second.
The motion has been stated and seconded. Let's vote. That passes 14 in favor, 1 opposed. That opposition coming from Member Kelly. Member Bogus, back to you.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation in case number 25-2306.
Second.
The motion has been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. That motion passes 14 in favor, 1 opposed. That coming from Member Kelly. Back to you, Member Bogus.
That concludes my business, sir.
Thank you. That brings us to agenda item 15, board member comments. Do we have any comments before I seek a final motion? Member Davis.
Just a quick update on our 250th America Declaration of Independence anniversary contest. We've had over 80 submissions so far in the essay and art categories, and we're looking forward to more. And a shout out, thank you to Davina Southoff, our media specialist, who is helping to coordinate the entries and the process.
That's great. Happy to hear that we're getting that interest. Thank you. Member Longacre, please, hold on. There you go.
Thanks. I just want to thank leadership and staff for all their hard work during the legislative session, and you represented us well. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Earl.
Just the same with staff. If there were ever questions, it was easy to get answers and anyways, and follow up just during the legislative session. So I do appreciate that. So thank you to all of them as well. So
Thank you. Seeing no additional lights, is there a final motion? I've got a motion to adjourn. We've got a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you.